Yes, good.
Okay. And I'm just checking to see. Have to wait just another minute for some of the other applicants. And then I just got a message from Pilar. All right, I'm going to pause for just a moment. Robert Glazier, do you mind testing your audio? We can see you and hear you. You can go ahead and mute yourself and turn your webcam off, and we will call you. And Timmy, just to let you know, your microphone is live. I don't know if you want that. And let's see, I've got Nick. Nick, this is Ellen Kokindick. Would you mind testing your audio and your webcam? I just sent you a webcam request.
Sure. Can you see me now? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, and I can't see you just yet. So here's what I'm going to do. That's a little weird. I'm just try clicking your webcam one more time. Nick,
Sure. Sorry about that.
No, I think I don't know. I sent you an invite, and then sometimes it helps to turn it off and then turn it back on again.
Got it. Okay, will do.
So if you can just turn it back on. If you want to, Nick, you can go ahead and please turn your webcam off and mute yourself, and we will get started shortly. Pilar, thank you. I'm glad you're here. Can you just test your audio? Yep. All right. Good deal. Yeah, sorry about the confusion. I think the city extended the GoToWebinar contract, and I think that's messed with some of the people who had licenses, so that's why you're struggling to get in. And then, let's see, who have I missed? Brian Kenworthy, could you please test your we're missing Mr. Vena. I don't see, I don't see him.
I'm scrolling through now, looking to see who we have, and it does look like that is the only one missing.
Okay, I'm gonna resend him an invite because I just. Timmy Bolton is controlling the plans, so you can ask him to go to particular page number or supplemental materials or zoom in on a particular location. Mr. Chair, I'm going to start the broadcast, and as soon as you hear that brief, as soon as the short recorded message is over, you can open up the meeting, and then Heidi's going to come on to do roll call. I think that's all I need to say. And for just to request, just a reminder to please mute yourselves if you're not speaking so we don't pick up background noise. All right, I'm going to go ahead and start the broadcast.
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Okay, so calling to order Historic Landmarks Commission, June 24th, 2020. Start with a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I will begin the roll call. Chair Grumbine?
Sure, sorry.
Vice Chair House?
Here.
Commissioner Drury?
Here.
Commissioner Edmonds?
Present.
Commissioner Lenvik?
Here.
Commissioner Mahan?
Here.
Commissioner Uli?
Here.
Commissioner Vena? Absent. And that concludes our roll call.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we're on to a general business. So public comment. Any member of the public wishing to address the commission on something that is not on the agenda, this is the time. So with that, we will, go ahead, Ellen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just for members of the public, if you're interested, please raise your hand using the hand icon, and I will call on you, and you will have 2 minutes to speak. And Mr. Chair, I don't see anyone who wishes to comment at this time. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, so with that, we'll close public comment. On to item B, approval of the minutes of the Historic Landmarks Commission, June 10th, 2020. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, I think I heard Commissioner House moved, and then who else was there for a second?
I'll second it. Mahan seconds.
Okay, Commissioner Mahan seconds. All right. Under discussion edits.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner House.
on page 13, this would be
Okay, well,
agenda item 3 in the motion, comment number 9.
okay, hold on 1 second.
Yes,
All right.
a minor rewording to say the plaster post by the exterior stair is too thin and should be a more appropriate proportion. And
Yeah,
then,
okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that's a better way of
comment
saying it.
10, it should say the commission would prefer the top of the wainscot to be at one level with no expansion joints. And those are my only.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. Yep, that makes sense. Any only edits? Okay. All right, do we have
Sure,
any other
yeah,
edits?
Mr. Chair, I have a comment.
All right, Commissioner Mahan?
Oh, Mr. Mahan, it looks like you just muted yourself again. So if you could just unmute yourself with the microphone icon. There you go.
Here we go. Here we go. On page 14, item 3, I think it should read, in general, the commission is supportive of having the paseo extend through the block rather than work through the block.
Okay,
I think extend is a better word.
that makes sense.
Thank you.
Okay. Other edits? Going once, going twice? All right, so does the maker of the motion and the seconder both agree with those edits?
Fine with me.
Commissioner Mahan? Commissioner Mahan? Sorry, we're not picking you up. Are you okay with the edit?
Yeah, Mr. Mahan, it looks like you still need to just unmute yourself with the microphone icon. I can send you a unmute request that you can just accept.
We still can't hear you, Commissioner Mahan.
Yeah, so Mr. Mahan, it's the microphone icon. It's going to be right underneath the little orange square with the arrow. There you go. Now your microphone's live now.
Oh, we still can't hear you.
Hang on. I don't know why that's happening. Your microphone is green. Hang on just one moment. Okay, Mr. Mahan, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you one more time if you could just try talking and see if we can hear you. Okay, so one option, Mr. Mahan, it looks like you might have the wrong audio input. So if you go to the audio portion on your GoToWebinar control panel, there's a drop down and you should click on computer audio. So right now, I think it's, you might have it on phone call audio. So you just need to click back on computer audio. And if not, we can maybe dismiss him and have him come back into the meeting.
Oh, actually, and let's try one more thing before we do that. Commissioner Mahan, can you go video? Can you turn your video on?
I just sent you a webcam request, Mr. Mahan.
All right, so we'll do this. How about give us a thumbs up if you're okay with this as a seconder of the edits? No?
One quick question to staff. Heidi, do you have Mr. Mahan's phone number?
Yes, I can locate that.
Okay, I think it would be if you can either send me a private message with that, I can call him. And I think if we can't get sound, I might dismiss him and he can log back into the meeting.
Will do.
Okay, so why don't we, in the meantime, why don't we get a different seconder for the motion? So Commissioner House, if you're the first for it, can we have another person second it?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Drury?
I will second it, and I'm fine with the
All right.
changes.
All right, perfect. And Commissioner House is fine with the changes as well. So we'll just continue with keep things moving. So all those in favor? Oh, well, we do a roll call and vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I will begin the roll call vote. Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Vena, absent. Commissioner House or Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan. I think I will just mark him absent for this, if you think that's best, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yep.
Commissioner Edmonds.
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
All right, great. All right, so we're done with the minutes. We're on to item C, approval of the consent calendar for June 24th, 2020. Ms. Plummer?
Move approval of the consent calendar.
Okay. Do I have a
Thank you,
second?
Mr. Chair.
Can I have a second from someone? Is there anyone out there?
I'd like to hear the consent calendar first.
I will
Miss-
second.
Okay, Commissioner House. All right,
Thank you.
Ms. Plummer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item A on the consent calendar, 1703 Chapala Street, was continued indefinitely to the staff hearing officer. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, so now does the first and the second of the motion still? Well, let's just go with a new motion. Commissioner Woolley, do you want to make the motion to approve the consent calendar as submitted?
I'll make my motion again that I approve the move to approve the consent calendar.
Okay. And the seconder?
Was that me?
Yes.
That was, yep,
Okay.
Commissioner House.
Second.
All right. So then let's do any discussion? All right, roll call. Oh, Commissioner Vena, did you have a discussion? Oh, your audio, we can't hear you.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay. Anyway, I'm on. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Ellen Coogan, may I interrupt ever so briefly?
Yes, please.
Okay, apologies. I'm going to ask, I think Mr. Vena was having difficulties. Can you test your audio, Mr. Vena?
Yes, I think it's working now.
Great. And then Mr. Mahan, can you test your audio? Okay, we still don't hear you, Mr. Mahan, so I'm going to dismiss you, and just like we talked about, you can log back in. I'll resend you an invitation.
Am I on or not? No?
Oh,
Commissioner Vena is good. Commissioner
you're
Vena,
good.
yeah,
You're good.
you're good. It's just Commissioner Mahan. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what I
Okay.
missed, but okay. Thank you.
All right.
Right.
So we were just approving the consent calendar, the one item in the consent calendar. So with that, let's do a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I will begin the roll call vote. Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Vena,
He should abstain, yes.
Commissioner Vena?
Here.
would you like to abstain from the consent calendar vote?
I'll abstain. Thank you.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan, absent.
Here, can you hear me?
Oh, there he is.
Yes. Woohoo! He's back.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Mahan, would you like to vote on the consent calendar?
Yes, aye.
All right. Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
That
All
concludes
right.
the roll call vote. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Great.
point of order.
Yes, Commissioner House?
On the issue of the minutes, Commissioner Edmonds voted on those, and I believe she was not in attendance at the last meeting, so she should abstain if that's the case.
You're correct. Thank you for that point.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for that. And let's go on to item D, announcements, requests by applicants for continuances and withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals. All right,
Thank you,
Ms. Plummer?
Mr. Chair. I just had one brief announcement as a general comment for the commission. And as a general reminder, at the start of any items for the future, please indicate if you have had any ex parte communications with any applicants or members of the public, any kind of communications prior to the start of an item. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see. So any other announcements? Commissioner Mahan?
Here, I'd like to announce that last Wednesday, former city council member Bendy White and myself were invited to a tour of Los Guados, and we toured the interior and the exterior, led by Mr. Linderman.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Vena?
Excuse me. I was supposed to have attended the De La Guerra Plaza meeting last Friday, I believe, or Thursday. Anyway, I was indisposed, so I did not attend, and I don't know whether Commissioner Drury attended or not, so perhaps he could fill us in.
Commissioner Drury?
Yeah, Mr. Chair,
Do you
will
want-
that go under
yeah.
announcements or under subcommittee reports?
Is that an official subcommittee?
It is. It's comprised
Okay.
of city council members, planning commission members, and
Oh, gotcha.
ourselves.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, well, we could probably handle it either way, but yeah, we can wait till subcommittee reports just because we haven't had a lot of subcommittee reports, so we can make it special.
Okay, good. Thank you.
All right. So other announcements, requests for continuous withdrawals, future agenda items, and or appeals. So as an announcement, I as well as ex parte for Bello Sguardo, and saw the after it was on the agenda items this last whatever it was, Monday, and saw the plans for it and looked at the site. And meeting with Mr. Lindman. Okay, any other? Okay, Commissioner Uli?
I had a site visit of the Clark Estate as well. Reviewed the plans and the location of the subject of item number 1.
Or maybe item number 2, actually, but yeah. Okay. All right. Any other announcements? Okay. We're on to item E, subcommittee reports. Commissioner Drury, do you have a subcommittee report?
Yes, thank you,
All
Mr.
right.
Chair. So Friday, the 19th, the committee to see if we can get ideas going for the revitalization of the De La Guerra Plaza met. And Mr. Vena was sorely missed. He was name called a number of times. That's not the right thing. Not name called. He was name checked.
Sorry about that.
No, it was great. I held the banner high for you. The idea was to activate the plaza. That seemed to be the thrust of the consultant's idea, and I came up with the idea of activating the plaza in a passive manner. And that seemed to get traction. So briefly, I'll say that we require shade trees. We require seating. There will be at least proposed a water feature. The surface material, most of us understood that the lawn idea is not feasible. So we're thinking of the hard surface would be something that we could actually have artistic designs placed in, possibly by competition. There will be proposed food kiosks that we think should go against the placita, against the wall of the restaurant that runs that row of buildings that runs down State Street. Let's see. The temporary stage would be just temporary, exactly that, because there will be events there. The idea was, and I think Planning Commissioner Wiscombe said this clearly, that we want the space to be open. We want a clean slate, as Commissioner Vena suggested right off the bat. And so there was a proposal not by the consultant and the city to have parking on De La Guerra Street, slanted parking on the sort of the end toward Anacapa, and I think our fellow attendees pretty much said no. Well, we like the idea of Anacapa to State Street, De La Guerra blocked off, and just service vehicles at certain times of the day, and have that whole plaza just open. We don't want to sort of have excrescences sort of clustered around the edge of the plaza and impinging upon that beautiful space that we envision. So I think we're all on the same page. Chair Sneddon of the City Council echoed that, and we're going to see what the next iteration and proposal will be. That's it.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I owe you
All
one.
right. Okay, so other subcommittee reports? Someone want to? Yeah. Why don't you report on that, Commissioner Early?
I wasn't necessarily volunteering to give the report, but I'm okay with it. The designation subcommittee did meet this morning. Had a very long agenda, a number of projects to be considered, lengthy discussion with organizers and promoters of Black Lives Matter and others about African American resources in the community that need some level of acknowledgement. And so there's an effort moving forward on that. I suppose that's about it.
Great, and we'll have a number of these coming before us that we have recommended from that list. From not the list, but from the reviews this morning. So. Okay. All right. Any other subcommittee reports? All right. Okay. So in that case, we'll close item E, and we are on to the first item of the agenda, 502 Olive Street. This is a miscellaneous action item. This is a resolution of intention. So the Commission has requested to adopt a resolution of intention to hold a public hearing on July 8, 2020 to consider a recommendation to City Council for city landmark designation of St. Paul's AME Church, constructed in 1916, as it is significant as the home of one of the oldest and most prominent African American congregations in Santa Barbara.
So moved.
All right. Okay, so Ms. Hernandez, do you want to do any sort of presentation on this, or is there? Yeah, do you want to say any more about it?
No, this is pretty much just a time for us to set the date of the hearing. You know, as you noted, that this building, I think the building was built in 1915 in the Carpenter's Gothic style, and the designation will include not only the church, but also the Fellowship Hall and the Mission Revival Parsonage that are also significant to the site. And that this is a really important piece of the African American community to Santa Barbara as a whole. So I will have the designation nomination posted for public review prior to the hearing, and we will have the hearing if you pass the resolution proposed for July 8th.
Great, thank you. All right, so Commissioner Uli moved. Do we have a second?
Second, enthusiastically.
All right, and that's Commissioner House, even though he didn't turn his camera on. All right, so and under discussion, any discussion? There he is. All right. All right. In that case, let's do a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I will begin the roll call vote.
Part of my interruption, Heidi, I just have one question about if we have to do public comment.
Sorry. Yeah, good point. Okay.
Sorry.
So yes, let's rewind back to public comment. So any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please raise your hand as shown here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. You can raise your hand using the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel, and I'll call on you. I don't see anyone who's raised their hand. I just wanted to make sure we got public comment.
Yes, good. No, thank you for keeping things on proper track. So,
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
Yes, am I able to make a comment?
Well, it was back in the discussion time, but sure.
I'm a day late and dollar short, but I just like to say that this is long overdue. And I'm very happy that this is happening.
Great.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, and actually, on one note of this, I do want to thank all those, especially Commissioner Uli, Mayor Louise Days, Mike and Wally, and others that have helped to put this together, the report for it. Yeah, we're going to be seeing that report and discussing it, but it was a large amount of work. So I want to thank everyone for their great job on it. All right. So with that, we do a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will take the roll call vote now. Commissioner Lenvik?
Here. Aye.
Commissioner Vena?
Aye.
Vice Chair House?
Aye.
Commissioner Mahan?
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds?
Aye.
Commissioner Uli?
Aye.
Commissioner Drury?
Aye.
Chair Grumbine?
Aye.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And we are 1 minute late for item 2. Okay. So we are on for item 2. This is a new item, concept review for 1407 East Cabrillo Boulevard. This is the William E. Clark Estate, Bella Squardo, constructed in 1933 to 36 by architect Reginald Johnson. It is a designated city landmark. It's a proposal to provide guided tours of the historic home and grounds, as well as special events on the 23-acre Bella Squardo property. The proposal includes the installation of temporary portable access ramps, 2 portable restroom trailers, and delineation of the 93 parking spaces, 80 guests, and 13 employees. The project requires approval of a conditional use permit and coastal development permit by the Planning Commission. All right, this is for concept review. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing. All right, so with that, Ms. Plummer, did you want to start us off?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to introduce Kathleen Kennedy. She is the case planner for the project, and just remind the commission that it is here today for conceptual level review. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Kathleen, did you want to? Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Kathy Kennedy. I'm the case planner for this project. I'd like to just give you a quick overview of the process, since this is the first time you're seeing this project. It's the first public hearing. As you said, the project does require a conditional use permit and a coastal development permit from the Planning Commission. The project has gone through the PRT, the pre-application review team process. That was back in October of 2019. At that time, staff was overall supportive of the proposal, but we did have a number of questions about the operation in terms of number of guests, hours of operation, and such. And they will be answering those questions when they submit their formal application, the DART application. We also had some questions about the temporary nature of some of the elements. They're proposing temporary portable restrooms and temporary ramps, and you'll be reviewing those today, of course. I wanted to let you know that the project will go forward to the Planning Commission with these temporary elements, and we expect that the Planning Commission, as part of their approval, assuming they approve this, of the conditional use permit, that they will indicate how long these temporary elements would be allowed to remain. Typically, we don't have them remain indefinitely. There's usually a time period. And it was brought to my attention recently that they're, I believe, asking for 2-year temporary use of these elements. And then at some point, they would be coming back to HLC for the permanent structures. So you will be seeing them again when they make those changes. So that's all I wanted to say about that. I will remain, though, available if you have any other questions.
Okay, thank you. All right. So with that, why don't you introduce yourselves for the record and give us your presentation.
Oh, hi, I'm Jeremy Lindeman. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, it's a pleasure to be here with you today. I'm the president of the Bella Squardo Foundation, and I just wanted to share with you, what our foundation is doing and some more details about this project before I introduce Nicholas and Brian, who have been leading this thing with the ZGF team. For some quick background, the foundation was formed in 2014. It was the result of a probate settlement of Mrs. Huguette Clark's estate, which occurred at the end of October 2013. The foundation took possession of the property at 1407 only at the end of 2017. And we've been moving forward with ZGF, putting together a conditions assessment report, looking at available options for use of the property, and doing everything to open the property to the public while preserving and protecting the resource as much as humanly possible. So if you will put up page 3 real quick, I just want to start there. Mr. Tim, I forget what your last name is. There we go. So ZGF was able to identify areas of the property that were ADA accessible. And you'll see most of the first floor has would meet those standards, and your interior paths are shown there. The exterior and getting into the building is going to be the problem, and for that we're looking for some ramps that would be removable. They would not be a permanent structure, not be permanently fixed to anything, would require no major changes to the resource. In addition, you know, the restroom situation, none of the restrooms in the building are anywhere close to meeting any sort of ADA requirements. And we feel that the best means to move forward as quickly as possible to open the property is to bring in temporary high-end, you know, restrooms. These are not construction restrooms. These are event restrooms that you would see if you were at a wedding or a function of some type outdoors. So with that, we did submit a PRT, and we had in the PRT just a very rough estimate of parking. You see it was 93 spaces, 13 employees, 80 for guests. I imagine as we had some comments back from the PRT team with regards to the viability of some of those parking spaces, and I anticipate that we will see a reduction in actual number of spaces as we perfect the project. With that, I would like to turn it over to Nick and just kind of explain how we got to where we are with some things and go from there.
Thank you, Jeremy. Actually, before I start, I want Brian to just give an intro for ZGF.
Sure. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Brian Cameron. I'm a design principal with ZGF Architects, and my associate Nick and I have been working with the Bella Squardo Foundation for the last 2 years. Our particular experience is in both historic preservation and art-related projects, which I think makes us very well suited for working on the project with the foundation. I wanted to note our firm just won a historic preservation award for the renovation of the Spruce Goose in Playa Vista. We pride ourselves on being very sensitive and giving a lot of deference to the projects we work on. In that particular instance, it was more of a ship in the bottle sort of a strategy, not really giving a lot of deference to the exterior skin. But we want to promise that we'll bring the same sensitivity and deference to our work on Huguette's renowned house. I think Jeremy reviewed most of the motivations for the project, but Nick and I are going to get into the details a little bit, and we're happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Brian. Sorry about that. Could we turn to page 2 of the PDF that we have on the screen? It has the site plan. Okay, so the site plan that we have in front of you right now is showing the site in its entirety, the 23.5 acres, and we have designated parking spots spread throughout the site. They number 7 total. Like Jeremy said during his introduction, the parking plan that we submitted was in its infancy when we submitted it, and it had 93 spots, but we may not be able to get all those spots based on certain exceptions to the city's parking standards that may not be granted by the city's transportation department. We want to highlight the fact that if you could zoom into parking area number 2, for example, at the front of the building. Yes, that parking area in particular, to the members who actually went to this site, yes, that area in particular has a very intricate mosaic in the front of the building, and we wanted to just highlight the fact that if we don't have to, we would not use that particular parking area, just to maintain the integrity of that particular parking spot. If we could zoom out a little bit. The red dots that you see on the top left-hand corner are the portable restroom toilets that Jeremy highlighted on. We have 2 different kinds. One is a 10-station portable restroom trailer, and the second one, the smaller one, is a gender-neutral ADA accessible portable restroom. We have additional images on page 5 of the PDF. This particular page shows the cut sheets for the 2 portable restrooms. And in addition, the floor plan has the plumbing fixture counts that we did based on area takeoffs using the California Plumbing Code to determine how many plumbing fixture stalls we would have to provide. If we could go back to the site plan one more time. In terms of the parking, we just want to make sure that everybody understands. If we had to, if you could zoom into the main house one more time, the accessible parking stalls would be on the circle, the orange circle with number 1. That's the particular area that would have the accessible parking stalls. And we want to make sure that if we had any signage or any, accessible signage attached to anything, we would attach it to the joints between the stone and not actually impact any of the stonework that's present on the site. Jeremy, did you have anything else you wanted to touch on? I can hand it back to you in terms of a.
We have, if you switch to page 3, that'd be great. And then you'll see we have 2 entrances to the property. The front entrance you'll see is in red, and that is an entrance that is not. It would be very difficult to make that entrance accessible. So we added the green entrance, which is immediately behind it. Still on. There you go. Kind of up the back door, and we would need a ramp for that location. And originally, when we were putting together this plan, we were thinking about ADA codes and everything. And we thought we had to be close to the front door, but in fact, we've learned that if you look at the back near where the portable restrooms are, there's a patio, and it's patio 128. I don't know if you can see that. Zoom in where the handicap restroom is. That is within, we reviewed the historic building code, and that is within 200 feet of the main entrance, actually. So we could in fact put the ramp there and not impact the center courtyard at all, which you'll see there's kind of a photo of where the reflecting pool is, and it's kind of got a very nice element and a resource that we want to protect, even though it's a temporary ramp. If we don't even have to put it there, we don't need to put it there, and we can in fact put it up in the left entrance where you see patio number 128 by the.
And just to be clear, Timmy, if you could zoom in to that even more, just to be clear that where you're talking about, then zoom in. Oh, sorry, go to the left maybe, and up where the portal. I just want to make sure it's clear where you're talking about this other route. So you're talking about the porch 128, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So you're saying coming from that side as opposed to the on-access side.
Correct.
Okay.
We have the
just want to make sure that everyone sees it.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. Right.
And we have the room both
right,
to put the ramp and keep the trailer there, And it is, I think, where it's about 170 feet, so it is within the 200-foot requirement of the historic building code. And I'd also like to point out, we were, I missed this kind of at the intro. So the ideal way to open the property as quickly as possible is through a guided tour process. So you would, for example, you've got family coming into town mid-December, you go to our website, you'll see from the website a list of available tours, 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. December 10th, 10 a.m. 2 p.m. December 11th. You would select one of those tours. The tours would all be limited in size. Not quite sure how many, we're still working it out. All the tours would be docent-led. Probably, let's just say, for example, 20 people per tour. So, you'd be able to view on the website how many spaces are available. You'd be able to purchase, make your reservations on the website. On the appropriate day and time of your tour, you would arrive at the property, be led around via docents at this point in time. And yeah, anything else, Nick?
Just wanted to highlight two advantages of using that porch 128 that Jeremy just mentioned. The two advantages being that it's adjacent to the accessible parking stalls, it's right off of them, and it's easier for tour groups to locate the restrooms since they would be coming through that particular entrance. Just wanted to point that out as well.
And I guess you'll see there is a wall around that courtyard where the handicapped restroom is, and that wall is anywhere from about 6'6" to almost 7 feet in height. So it's really that narrow, confined area that would have any real impacts from the utilities that we need to bring in, i.e. the restroom and the ramp. And I think, with that, we're looking for your comments on the ramps, on the striping, and the portable restroom. Plural.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So if that concludes your presentation, we'll move on to public comment. So any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please follow these instructions and raise your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, as Mr. Chair mentioned, you just have to raise your hand using the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel, and I'll call on you. And I do not see anyone who wishes to speak at this time. I just would ask Pilar if we received any written comment.
Laura? Pilar?
Maybe, I'm not sure why, if Pilar is having connection issues, maybe Heidi, can you come on and let us know if we received any public comment?
Thank you, Ellen. This is Heidi Rydell, and as far as I know, we did not receive any written correspondence about this item.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so with that, I'll close public comment and back to the commission for questions. All right. Commissioners, any questions?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Drury?
I have no questions.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for that statement. All right, Commissioner House?
I'm so sorry. This is Heidi Rydell again. I actually believe we may have received public correspondence from Francesca Galt on this item.
Now that you say that, I think that does sound familiar because I think there was multiple comments, or multiple items comments on. Okay,
yeah,
so we will
comment on both item 1 and item 2. So if you'd like to acknowledge that for both items.
So we'll acknowledge that her comments for this item received. All right, and now I'll close public comment. All right, back to Commissioner House.
Okay. Well, the first thing I want to ask you, I just want to be clear on my understanding about the temporary installations. And I'm guessing, if it wasn't already expressed, that you want to get open to the public as soon as possible, and this is the most expedient way to do it instead of going through a permitting process to do more permanent installations.
Correct, and we do intend to come back at a later time when we have formulated a future phase of the property where we would add, potentially add other structures, potentially do renovations of portions of the house to accommodate a permanent restroom, any type of those things. So that's all going to be a future phase, which, obviously with COVID, everything is, slowed down a bit. And so this is just kind of our way of moving forward, still as expeditiously as possible with opening the property.
Okay, I understand that. In reviewing the plans, one of the main things that jumped out at me was parking area number 6. I don't know what page that would be that we should look at.
Hold on a second.
Okay, and there's another view that I think is maybe an aerial photograph or something like that. And I think this expresses it as well, that there's a lot of vegetation being removed in order to create this parking area. And so I wanted to get more information about that. And will visibility of this parking area be screened from the main residence? And then also another question is, was it considered to have off-site parking and some sort of tram, especially if you're having tours by appointment time? It would seem feasible to bring people over at designated times instead of having to impact the setting of this historic resource so much.
Let me just answer. Yes, obviously off-site parking would be some sort of a shuttle in that future phase is definitely what we're looking at, especially as we get into a point that we're able to accommodate more guests for this initial phase. Having guests go through the house unaccompanied is not feasible. You would see a lot of damage, and so we're looking at very minimal parking. But in that future phase, yes. Or if, for example, there was a special event where we're partnering with another charity or something that is using the grounds, maybe not the house, but they would bring in have off-site parking. As far as parking area number 6 goes, we're actually not removing any vegetation. It is, I think, should be kind of pushed, that the arrow should be a little more to the west of the, so there are these big eucalyptus trees right under, you're looking at a lot of eucalyptus trees is what you're looking at, is what that vegetation is showing.
Okay.
Makes sense? Yeah.
Those are my questions.
That part of the property has always been used as this, it's a gravel, base, it's always been the utility area of the property, and it's really not visible. There is a line of orange trees, citrus trees that obstruct the view. If you were sitting, for example, at the house and looking in that direction, the first thing you would see is a line of citrus trees.
Yeah. Page 9 of the PDF is the better version, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, let's
yeah. Then if you zoom into the top right-hand corner, and there's 6 that Jeremy was just mentioning.
So the eucalyptus trees are to the left of the numeral 6?
If you're looking at the map, the eucalyptus trees are to the right.
Okay, so there isn't really screening. You'd be seeing cars from.
Well, no. To the left is the orange trees, the citrus tree.
But it looks kind of sparse. I mean, there's some clumps of them, and then there are open areas.
They're growing.
Okay. How fast?
We'll put some extra plant food on it and see if we can get them to grow fast.
Yeah, fertilizer.
Right, exactly.
All right, Commissioner Lundvik.
Yes, you indicated that you have talked to transportation, but they have not given you a blessing on your parking configuration, or simply not a blessing on your count.
They've not given they've given us comments that we need to go back to them with. For example, we have tandem parking for employee spaces. There were some issues with that was raised. A couple of minor issues, but I'm hoping that we're not going to lose more than 20 to 30% of the spaces.
Thing I don't see in your schemes is how you're dealing with the grade change in that parking lot number 6. In the contours indicate maybe 10, 15 feet of grade change across there.
No, it's not 10, 15. I think we're closer to 6 or 7, and the city's limit is we're at 6. The city's limit for parking standards is 5, but that's if it's at 9 degree, or that's if it's at 90-degree slots. So we're hoping that we can overcome that issue.
You overcome it by grading and retaining walls.
Well, we're hoping to avoid a grading or retaining wall issue at this point in time.
You also have not made an effort, apparently, to comply with the landscape requirements for a parking lot. Is that something that's being still resolved, or what?
Correct. Correct. We were told that we can't do anything without your blessing for the porta potties and the ramps. So we're resolving all that issues and hopefully resubmitting the planning commission shortly.
You also can't ignore the planting requirement in the parking lot without our blessing either.
Right. Well, I was not made aware of that with the PRT from staff.
Well, it's an ordinance requirement. Every 8 spaces you have a planter.
Yeah,
that's a comment, not a question.
Okay. Any other questions from commissioners? Okay. All right. Oh, no other questions? All right. So, I think for the most part, you've answered my questions as well. And just to confirm, the discussion of the parking lot area 2, that is being that front with all the mosaic. Do you have any pictures of that?
Yes, we do. We have a better one. Let me just tell you which one it is. Page 10 of the PDF, bottom right-hand corner. I'm sorry, Jeremy, you were going to say?
There we go. Okay. Yeah. Great. Perfect. Okay. So I just want to be clear, and so as your top thing or top question about the parking or reducing the parking was trying to avoid striping this area as the main goal, right? Okay.
Right.
All right. Okay. So I don't have any other.
Aggregate, concrete, asphalt, and gravel. So.
Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha. Sounds good. Okay. So is there any other questions from the board or from the commission, I should say? All right. So in that case, we'll go into comments now. So do we have
Mr. Chair
to kick us off? Commissioner, I see Commissioner Mahan and I heard Commissioner Drury. So we'll let you go first, Commissioner Drury, followed by Commissioner Mahan.
Well, we're interchangeable.
That's right. Oh, and actually, let me add one thing. If you could make sure to weigh in on, making sure to comment on the question of the front parking area 2, and your thoughts on that. And maybe this is actually a question for staff as well. And I don't know if Ms. Plummer is on yet or connected. Yes, perfect. So in looking at this, in the obvious question came to my mind. There's an awful lot of parking in various spots being proposed or thought of or trying to figure out. And this being a historic resource and us having, that being an issue of, especially with special paving, there being an issue of destruction of historic resource or at least a negative impact. Is there but at the same time, knowing that parking is oftentimes outside of our purview, at least except for aesthetically, and in this case, the aesthetics are and the historic resource itself are part of that. So what kind of latitude or what kind of direction can we have, or recommendations can we have for parking in certain areas, parking quantities, all that kind of stuff? If you can kind of give us a little, and what would Planning Commission and or Transportation and or whoever be looking for our comments on?
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as you said, the purview of the HLC is the aesthetics of what is being proposed and protection of the historic resource. So it really shouldn't be a discussion about the number of parking spaces. Really what you want to focus on is the location, site orientation, how that is designed, and whether or not that's going to impact the resource. And I also wanted to mention that since Planning Commission will be looking at this at a later hearing for the conditional use permit and the CDP, that the commission should go through the project compatibility criteria if they want to continue it to Planning Commission. And one of the project compatibility criteria includes not just size, bulk, and scale, but site orientation, whether or not any other exterior changes need to happen as part of the project. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay. All right, so with that, back to Commissioner Drury and then Commissioner Mahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that if I'm not mistaken, the big mosaic that pretty much, does that dominate the whole, that's area number 2, I believe. I don't have it up on the TV screen. But there's that big mosaic that should be protected. It's where? I'm looking at the screen.
That's number 2, but I'm trying to, do we have a photograph of it? Aerially, we have the,
so that's
probably
okay.
show up
so that
well
there, right? Okay, so right there. So, and that's the main entrance to the Bellas Gardo. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. That's the main auto court front entry.
Okay, so any parking there would obscure that mosaic. Yeah.
Yes. You're doing it because the mosaic goes from, it's a rectangle that goes all the way. Yes.
Right. So my feeling right away is that is a view shed, and that should be protected and not covered in automobiles. That's the first thing that comes to mind, is that there's got to be a better way to figure out whether there's a shuttle service. I don't know, but that seems to me that the orientation of the whole structure faces west southwest across the whole bay of the roadstead of Santa Barbara Harbor, and I think that they would be ashamed to clutter that up with automobiles. And I think that they could be there's got to be, on a property that size, there's got to be other places for the automobiles to go. Otherwise, I'm in favor of the access, ADA accesses and ADA bathrooms. And I think I trust, I guess I should also say, that I trust the foundation to take care of this property, this wonderful property that we're so lucky to have. I'm sure that they are going to do just that. I just think that we really have to pay attention to what people will see when they're on the property looking out to sea. And I think that's critical. And I don't think they want to see a bunch of automobiles. Those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go Commissioner Mahan and then Commissioner Vena. Commissioner Mahan, you were up second. Commissioner Mahan. Is Commissioner Mahan? Are you there? Oh, there you are. See you now. Okay. Do you want to go, Commissioner Mahan? Can you hear us? Oh.
I think Mr. Mahan might be having the same issue as before.
Okay.
I have to ask him to sign out again.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Now we can hear. Yeah.
Now we can hear.
Great.
Am I on now?
Yep.
Yes.
Loud and clear. Yes. Go right ahead.
Okay.
Commissioner Mahan.
I agree with Commissioner Drury, thinking about the mosaic. I think that that's part of the historic resource, a very important part of the historic resource, and should be something that should be viewed by the guests who come to look at the mansion. They also will appreciate that mural, the mosaic, as well as the grounds, and that's all part of the historic resource. So I'm negative for parking there now, and I think there should be some other solution. Since I had a chance to visit the resource, I can report to you that it is in extremely good condition, and with the exception of some rust on the second story shutters, which are all steel, it is just absolutely immaculate in terms of its preservation, and really is ready for the public to come and see it. Great asset to Santa Barbara to have it open to the public. The place where they're putting the mobile restrooms, and I'm using the word mobile restroom rather than potty chair, because these are mobile restrooms, and they're much different, and they're sophisticated. They're really in a walled area, and a very appropriate area for them, and I find that to be perfectly acceptable. And if the handicapped people can go in that one porch, I can't remember the number on it, that would be really close to where the handicap parking would be. So I'm positive about this project. I'm going to be I want to go to Planning Commission and speak on behalf of it. And I think it will be a great asset to Santa Barbara and a great draw for our tourists and our public here in Santa Barbara. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mahan. Commissioner Vena?
Well, I concur with both commissioners, no doubt. The entry there is to be enjoyed and viewed and walked through and physical and so forth. I too am disturbed that there isn't some other idea for proposed parking. I'm sure these talented architects will find a place. In the meantime, I like what I'm hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Lundbeck?
Commissioner Lundbeck, you're still muted.
Yeah,
there you go.
Thank you. I'm thinking. Can you just zoom out from this photograph a little bit? Yeah, thank you. I find it unfortunate that you are taking the area number 6 for the bulk of your cars, and granted, you may be able to landscape them out and gone, but you've still dragged cars through the entire property. And when you look at your red line access drawing, you are really taking them through a convoluted path to get here. Is it possible to drop this photo down a little bit more? I think that you should consider seriously not parking there with the bulk of your cars, but finding a way to park in area 5. It will mean maybe tearing down some buildings that are there, but they don't really add anything to the, to the beauty of the house. And maybe you can find item 5. Can you find the map?
Yeah, can we go to item 5? Yeah.
Go to the overall map, and right there. So area 5 is right at the top of your drive, and I would think that with some judicious, grading in this area, losing that one building that's right at the words parking, you might be able to get a lot of your cars in that area, as opposed to having to drag them all the way through the property past the storage building, past the garage barn, past the greenhouse, you know, all that way, you got to drag those cars. And I think that's unfortunate from the standpoint of this property being viewed as something which is artistically important to the community. It just, to me, I think there's another solution to where the parking can go. You may find that you can get the city to back off on the count, but I think that that area there where the manager's residence is, that probably has to stay, but, you know, just in parking area 5 and maybe the adjoining parking area 3, there's a lot of flat area in there, and you might be able to get the parking in a really nice aesthetic manner and not dragging it all the way through the property. So I would really encourage you to look at an alternative to parking your great bulky cars in area 6.
All right, Commissioner Edmonds.
Thank you. I want to say that I agree with all of the commissioners' comments, and I thought that Commissioner Lenvik actually has an excellent idea. If we were to take this slide that we have in front of us right now, and can we get the entire, or maybe shrink it so we can see the entire layout of the property for a second? Okay, so if I'm thinking about when the house was originally built, and I'm sorry, now it's so small I can't quite see. So the layout of the house, in order to take advantage of the view, they were, can we make it just a tiny bit bigger? I'm sorry, even with glasses, I can't quite see that. Okay. All right, thank you. It seems to me when we were looking at the prior photo of it, that the house was laid out so it was, at least maybe the planting and the house, so that they were taking advantage of the ocean view. And so I agree with trying to, you know, keep the parking at the upper area near the cemetery. So as we're not having the advantage of Ben being on the property, as we look at where it says main residence, the wing to the right of that, what do those rooms look on to? I mean, can you see out to the beach and the ocean? I guess I'm asking the commissioners, maybe. Yeah.
Where are you talking about? Can you zoom in?
As I look at the building and it says main entrance, or excuse me, main residence, as you're looking at it, the wing to the right, what does that look at? I mean, when you're inside the house, what do you see?
It looks out to the ocean. It looks
To
out
the
over
ocean,
the
and that's not obscured at this point, I assume?
I think in a lot of, well, most of the directions it's not.
Okay, all right, thank you. I just wanted to ask that question. And again, I agree with the other commissioners and their comments. I'm very excited to have the opportunity to go through this, so I'm really looking forward to that.
And actually, because of Commissioner Lenvik's comment, can we zoom in? I want to make sure we understand the topo right, because the suggestion, I don't know, I think there might be a huge drop that we're not taking into consideration here. The main residence is on what level? 7. Can you zoom in a little more to get our topo read on this? It's looking like it's 78 to 80 feet or so. Okay, now let's go back to the parking again, because I think we need to look at that in terms. If I'm was looking at it right, I think it's like a 40-foot difference between height difference between parking lot 5 and parking lot 6 in terms of what you'd be climbing if you were parking down at parking lot 5. Yeah. What is this at? So it's at 50. No, it's more like a 20 some. Like 25 foot, 24 foot. Okay, up to the main. And then what's the parking lot? Okay, that's at actually higher. It's at 86. Okay. So I do want to look at that, because I think there is a difference between the walking slightly downhill from parking lot 6 area versus going up 24 feet from parking lot 5 area, just as a sort of a general comparison. Okay, Commissioner Lenvik, did you have something that you wanted?
I want to point out that if you've been to the Music Academy of the West and their parking in relationship to their performance areas and classrooms and such, you probably have an equal grade change, but you also have parking that is gone and away from all that beautiful building at Music Academy. So I think that if we haven't seen Music Academy in its parking, we should look again, and we certainly should ask the architect to look at Music Academy's parking.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Vena.
One last comment. You know, here we are again with a beautiful site, a beautiful grounds and building and so forth, and we're opting to make room for the cars, you know. I have difficulty with that. You know, there are other parking lots in the city and so forth, and I don't see any reason why these people, myself included, could park in those areas and have a shuttle taking the people up there as they do in many other programs. That way we wouldn't compromise everything that we're trying to save and embellish and enjoy. Just a thought, I think too much consideration for the parking. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner House?
All great comments, and I agree with all of them. And I also, have serious concerns about parking area 6. And if there's any way to accommodate all the parking in the parking area 5 area, that would be far preferable. And as if it's not enough of a reason not to have parking in parking area 2, I think also it's just inconceivable to consider having cars moving around on that beautiful forecourt with, back and fill maneuvers is going to destroy those cobblestones. And even any shuttle that came up and turned around in there, I think it really ought to be considered what is the potential for damage to that.
Okay. Commissioner House, any other comments? Commissioner Uli?
I've just been eavesdropping, listening to everyone. And for the most part, I agree with a lot of those comments, very insightful. It strikes me that it is always going to be a challenge for properties like this to properly be converted in such a way that the public can enjoy them without all of our regulations screwing it up. It just bothers me. Lotus Land, Hollyhock House, the Huntington, you just go right down the list of all of these major estates who have become public properties in essence through foundations, and they all have the same challenge. So you would think, as forward-thinking as Santa Barbara is, and we like to count ourselves the first in a lot of things, that we couldn't figure out a way through all of our regulations to have the highest protection for historic resources. So, and maybe that's going to take some legislative work, I'm sure. So I'm not running for city council, by the way, just FYI. But I would encourage the commission to consider in our recommendations to the Planning Commission that the forecourt be treated as a condition not to be used for parking or any other activity that could potentially damage that resource. I don't know how it's constructed. If it's on a 10-inch reinforced concrete slab that gives it plenty of structure, and so it's just a matter of the cobbles being popped out of grout, or I don't know how it was constructed. I doubt it was that sound, but it concerns me that it becomes parking. And God forbid you stripe it so that you see the parking spots. That would just be terrible. So I would encourage us to have a condition that says avoided it, period. I don't have a problem with the temporary facilities, whether they are restrooms or ramps, because, and as long as they're installed in such a way that is consistent with the Department of Interior standards, because that's the purpose of temporary facilities, is to give a historic resource the opportunity to solve the challenges of ADA or restrooms or other things in maybe a much more elegant way. And as long as when those elements are removed, no one can tell that they were there, then I'm okay with that. You know, they are, well, first of all, except for maybe a few glimpses traveling at 35 miles an hour down Cabrillo Boulevard, you really can't see anything on that property. So, you know, and the fact that these temporary facilities will be behind on-site garden walls makes it even better. So I'm supportive of the project. I think the community is eager to get an opportunity to glimpse into an era of our community that is rarely seen and probably won't be seen again. So I'm supportive of the project as long as we make sure that we have 100% maximum protection of historic resources.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Early. Commissioner Lendick.
Thank you. I just want to again about the parking. I want to reinforce, you know, the Music Academy of the West and its parking solution. Also, I hope the applicant has an opportunity to investigate and see how Casa del Herrero has solved its parking problems, which is they don't have any parking. In essence, they got all
no parking, no problem.
Well, they got 8 or 10 spaces. They have a forecourt that is of similar kind of importance to that piece of architecture, the Casa's architecture, that no cars drive on. Period. They don't drive on it. You can't do that. So we've got to expect from the applicant and his architect the same kind of consideration that any landmark, and this is a landmark, not national landmark like the Casa is, but any landmark that they intend to use. And I think that that includes the entire property and how they use it for parking as well.
All right, Commissioner Mahan. Oh, we can't hear you.
You can hear me now.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add that when this goes to the Planning Commission, we want to be sure that we recommend that the conditional use permit be in 2 phases. The first phase is the temporary phase and the second phase is the permanent phase, and that there's very specific times put on those phases so that we don't get a temporary situation that goes on forever.
Gotcha. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So, and my own comments, is there anyone else that wants to add comments before I put my own comments in? Commissioner Mahan? Oh, not. Okay. So my own comments, yeah, I think that I agree with other commissioners about the forecourt and about not damaging it, that it is an incredible part of the resource. I think in general, my attitude for parking would be that, you know, the goal is to open this up to the public and to get whatever parking we can to make it work and make sure that there is a solution of some sort, whether that's off-site, whether that's on-site in various locations that are screened. But whatever the way in which that works out, with the least impact to the resource, especially the main house, and especially the best parts of the drive and the gardens and all the other pieces, buildings that are part, because there are some good other pieces as well, not just the main house. But in the way that takes care of the resource in the best way, but also in a way that is reasonable and can get this up and running, and however that gets phased or whatever that is, we really want to support this endeavor and this resource so that it can become what it was originally intended for, which is to be part of the being given to the public, really. So I would be supportive of, and it sounds like at least most of the commissioners would also be supportive of not having the parking restrictions control everything about this property, and certainly not in the areas of most importance. in general, I would say whether it's parking lot area 6 or 5 or however is the most reasonable way of getting parking to work on the site, or maybe there's another area. But whatever the most reasonable way of getting parking to work on the site and screening it and not destroying obviously good parts of the resource would be, I would be in general favor with it. I think there was concern expressed, especially about parking on area 6 and how much of it is screened, or what it looks like, or whether it is whether it complies with their ordinances, or whatever those pieces are. I think that those will obviously parking wise need to be screened so that they don't affect the or impact the resource in a negative way. So I'm sure the other commissioners will feel similarly in terms of where the parking is. We want it screened, which is also why I think I heard pretty universal agreement with putting the handicap parking where it has been located on a plan. And as well, I agree with the other commissioners in terms of the temporary facilities for the restrooms and for the entry in the back porch and ramp as being a good solution that does not impact the resource and is reversible. And so I'm in agreement with those as well. So, okay, so to summarize, the key, well, first, that regarding the temporary restrooms and the ADA ramp, the commission is in favor of the solution as it has been proposed within these drawings for the restrooms. For the ramp, we were in favor of the described proposal, which was to go through porch room 128 as the entry spot, using the ramps that as shown on the plans in terms of the ramps themselves, the ramp specs. The handicap parking area in the courtyard was also supportable as proposed. The commission is not in favor of parking on the forecourt, the main entryway, and does not feel that is feels that takes away from the historic resource, and so is not in favor of parking in the front forecourt. And the other parking solutions, in general, the commission does not want the parking requirements parking requirements to affect the overall project, and that the parking areas that are being suggested, including the areas 5 and 6, be looked at both for screening and also for possibly area 5 as a potential for additional parking in lieu of portions of area 6. But that it needs further study, and in terms of the screening, it needs to make sure that the parking is screened from the main public views. I think that is a general summary. Did I miss anything or need any clarification on things, Ms. Plummer?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to confirm that if you'll be continuing the project to the Planning Commission, you'll need to go through the project compatibility criteria and include that in the motion, so they have that for the record. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drury?
Yes, I'd like to come down pretty strongly and build on Commissioner Vena's comment. We're enthralled to the automobile, and we spent most of this discussion on parking, and I think it would be really incumbent upon us to strongly suggest a shuttle service, because they do that at Hearst Castle. No cars go up there; the shuttles go up there, and you walk, or your guide, I would be strongly in favor of no private automobiles.
Okay. Commissioner Mahan and then Commissioner Lenvick.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think in the motion, we should include the comments that the conditional use permit should be in 2 phases, and there should be specific times put on those, the temporary phase and the permanent phase.
Okay. I'm guessing there's probably general consensus along those lines for as a phase CUP, so that it's not temporary structures forever. That was your main concern, Commissioner Mahan, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Great. All right. So we'll add that in as well, having a phase CUP for to ensure that the temporary facilities eventually get phased out. Commissioner Lenvick.
Yes, thank you. I would like stronger language regarding our dissatisfaction with parking area 6 being used at all. Your item 5 motion did not seem to me to be strong enough regarding at least my dissatisfaction with the use of that area for parking it as parking lot 6.
Okay, so I would say that from my point of view, and I think I want to get other commissioners' reads on this as well, but as long as it is properly screened, whether or not, whether it's in area 6 or area 5 or area wherever, as long as it's screened well from the main view, and I know we don't have that design that shows us that, we don't have a design that shows us that yet. But as long as it eventually does get screened so that it's not from the automobile, I don't think that looking at the sycamore trees or the bottoms of them or the wall for the cemetery from that side of the house which I don't think you can even see, but from that side of the house is an important part to protect. So in my mind, if they can screen the automobiles in parking lot 6 or parking lot 5, I don't think we have enough info on a lot of the parking lots to see exactly where it's screened from. So I would say in general, it would just need to be a screened condition so that you're not seeing it from a main historic views. Commissioner House?
That's, let me finish here. That's your opinion, and I think we ought to hear from all the commissioners on this. I, for one, will not vote in favor of sending this to the Planning Commission with any indication that parking lot area 6 is acceptable in any way, shape, or form to us.
Okay, Commissioner House?
Well, I was going to concur with Commissioner Lenvick. I don't know if I would go that far. I was going to suggest that the comment be that we strongly recommend that there be no parking at parking area 6 if it can be relocated instead to another part of the site. I think it's also consistent with a very excellent comment made by Commissioner Vena that we should not be bending over backwards to accommodate cars. We should be preserving the resource. And, I don't see why there isn't any reason that we shouldn't make it very feasible for visitors to the site to wander across that big lawn and explore all the fringes of the property. So if parking is spread out everywhere, that really kind of negates that. So, that could be, it is, I think, an unimproved area right now. It could be improved or made, more appealing, but it's just another reason not to have parking there.
Okay. Other commissioners, if you can weigh in on the parking lot 6. Commissioner Uli?
I don't know if I would go so far as Commissioner Lenvick's. It's a kill deal if parking goes there, but I do share the general concern that viewed from the primary resource, which I believe is the house. Not to say that the other buildings don't contribute to the resource at all. They do, but the primary one is the residence. So when you're next to that resource, you're in that resource looking out, the primary view shed, and Mr. Bolton, if you kind of zoom out just a tad and down so we see the main house, the primary view shed is from the house east, south, and west. And there's some amount of view to the north, but not much because it's uphill and obscured. So I suppose if we drew a cone from the main house either side, if everything that was behind that cone was where these solutions needed to occur, then I would be happy with that. Just taking a cursory look at the site plan and the topo, there seem to be plenty of opportunities to accommodate these cars without going forward toward the lawn area in parking lot 6. So I can support the notion that there is a solution out there that's better and is a better, higher protection for the resource itself.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Mahan.
Mr. Chair, it seems to me that we really don't have specific information about parking. We have red lines and little circles with numbers on them, and we're supposed to evaluate the parking based on that. I think that it would be pertinent for the applicant to get with transportation, find out how many cars are going to be required, if any, and have specific drawings of how those parking lots lay out so that we know what we're dealing with here. I tend to agree that area 6 is probably not the best place to put the parking. Area 5 is better, but I think we need to have more specific drawings on the layout of the parking. The site is 24 or 25 acres, something like that, and that's 6 city blocks. So it's a big site, and I think the parking can be, if there is parking, can be remote and landscaped. But we need to see more specific plans of what it will be, and that means transportation has to make some decisions on what's going to be required. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Edmonds. We'll go Commissioner Edmonds, Commissioner Lendick, and normally, Mr. Lindman, once we are into comments, we're in comment land. Because this has specifics for where we're going forward with it. We'll allow for a quick little, if you had some added information to help us in terms of where we're pushing this, that would be good. But we have to keep it very limited, and we have to keep moving on the agenda. So, all right, Commissioner Edmonds.
I just wanted to concur with everyone else. But I like Commissioner Mahan's idea of getting in more information. I'm not sure I would go quite so far as Commissioner Lendick, but I do think that we should not be, we're sort of jury rigging, trying to get all these cars in, and we should be, focusing on the beauty of the property instead of the automobiles. But I did just want to concur.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lendick.
Yeah, one last comment, or actually two. Keep in mind, when transportation gets through with this, and drop this map down a little bit, please. When transportation gets through with this, you're going to have 18 foot, probably minimum, maybe, no, push it up. I want to see where the road access is going to be to parking lot 6. And you're going to have 18-foot wide driveways when transportation and fire get through with this or whatever, all the way through that area from where you are at 5. So we are being diluted now with a simple red line, and you're going to have a major drive through there, major grading, major compaction. It is not going to be pretty, in my opinion. And I really think that we ought to lay the law down now about what can be done on this property. This is a beautiful piece of property, and we should not let it go. And finally, I'll stop now, but I would like the portion of the motion, I think it's item number 5, which dealt with the parking lots, reread by the secretary so that we understand what has been said and being voted on when we get around to approving minutes next week. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lindeman, you would.
I was maybe able to offer a little bit of help with what I heard Mr. Mahan say, which was a question. And if we can go to page 9. I just wanted to point out that these are not just, points on a topo map, but we actually do have, very basic parking plans that were laid out by a parking transportation team. And you'll see you refer to space 6, which is, where we have quite a few spaces, but you were also referring to space number 5, which if you look at the details, and that's on page 8. Sorry, can you turn to page 8? So if you'll see, yes, it would be great to put things in space number 5, figure 5, but you'll see those are only 2 spaces, and the parking team has designated those have to be employee spaces. So if you look at pages 8 and 9, you'll see that we are providing a little more than just, we're providing some additional detail that I think might be helpful in understanding the parking requirements.
Gotcha. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. All right. So in terms of the summary of the comment, I would like to change the comment on the parking, because most of you, while not as strident as Commissioner Lenvik about being against parking lot 6, we're not comfortable with it, certainly at this time, in terms of the potential view impact, and without understanding it more. And as Commissioner Uli said, perhaps there's a cone, but also I think it might be more important to understand this in 3 dimensions, or at least from picture form of what you would see from where you would see it, so that at least I, for one, to be comfortable with it being screened or not, or being a good solution or not. So I think that in terms of adjustment, it would be to say that at least currently parking lot 6, as presented, is not currently supportable, and needs at least more information, if not a different design, to get it to work. But as well prefaced with that is that the commission is, and this seemed pretty consistent, at least the majority said, we're very strong about not wanting parking to completely dictate or impact the property and the historic resource. And so and onerous parking requirements being part of that, not wanting those to be to impact the design and the overall greatness of this historic resource, of this landmark. And so if there were, and that would be, I guess, a comment to transportation and to planning commission, if there was ways in which either off-site parking, as has been mentioned, or some other solutions were able to be come up with that would lessen the burden of parking on this property, that would be something that we would be very strongly in favor of and want to put on to planning commission, and also understanding that this is trying to get a large property up and running and into the public's hands and into accessible, and so we also don't want to be burdensome on the historic resource and on the foundation that's trying to get it to work, so that it can be accessible to the public. So,
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Commissioner Drury.
So I would hope that there would be more support for the idea, at least the idea of a shuttle service to eliminate passenger vehicles up on top. I think that Commissioner Vanna said we've spent a good hour talking about parking, and the less is better, I do believe. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Uli?
I'm totally supportive of that idea. There's plenty of parking. Maybe more parking can be provided or created down by Stella Maris. It's very close. So I think a shuttle idea should be on the top of the solution list.
Yes, and I like the way you put it, Commissioner Uli, because I do think that we don't we don't want to dictate one solution or the other, but in terms of indicating which ones we prefer the best, I think is a good way of doing it, because if there's something that we're not understanding about a shuttle service versus a parking lot, then I think we at least want to leave it open to explanation and further discussion. So so in terms of modifying the notes on that, it would be that the most preferential would be some sort of a shuttle service that alleviates the impact of parking on the project. Okay. All right. So any other comments to be included?
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Who is that? Commissioner Drury?
Lindbeck. I asked for that portion of the motion, which was, I believe was item 5, to be read back to us so we understand what we're voting on.
Okay. So could the secretary read that back?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Heidi Rydell. I'm happy to read back that. Do you want me to go through all of the comments or just that particular comment?
Let's focus on the parking.
I think it was number 5, which dealt with the parking.
Yes, Mr. Through the chair to Commissioner Lundvik, I'll reread item 5. So what I have is currently parking lot 6 is not supportable and the commission would like to see a different design. The commission would like parking to not completely impact the historic resource and suggest alternate solutions such as off-site parking and shuttle service. Are there any changes you would like to make to that?
That's fine. The statement says that 6 is not supportable, and I'm for that.
Mr. Chair, the only part of it that I was uncomfortable with is that the commission would like to see a different design, and that kind of suggested a different design of parking lot 6 might be a way to go. So I think it should be clear that we don't support parking in area 6.
I can leave it as just currently parking lot 6 is not supportable. The commission would like parking to not completely impact the historic resource and suggests alternate solutions, etc. Is that acceptable?
Yeah. I mean, part of the idea. So I think there's a difference here. What Commissioner Lundvik wants and what other commissioners want and what I want in terms of what we're supporting or what's supportable. My argument was that I think we don't have enough information yet about 6 to see whether it would be a screenable and okay design. It's not that it's absolutely not, because we don't see what we see from the main residence in the main house. There's definitely it seems like everyone was at least uncomfortable with it, and so it definitely doesn't convince with what we've seen here today. It's not convincing us that this is a design that works. Commissioner Lundvik was saying that it was definitely not supportable at all in this location. There's no way it's going to be supportable for him. And Commissioner House, I'm not sure where you were landing exactly, whether you wanted it looked at, how it's screened or what is done, or is it or whether it's for sure not supportable at all in this location. Okay.
We can modify that comment that the commission, I forget exactly how it was worded, would like to see a different design that relocates parking elsewhere. So it doesn't seem to imply that we would like to see a different parking layout for Area 6. We would like to see a design that relocates it. So, it leaves it open that they could utilize that if there just isn't any other option. But I think that expresses it.
Okay.
So read it back to me then.
If you would.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Heidi Rydell. I'll read what I adjusted the comment to. Currently, parking lot 6 is not supportable. The commission would like to see a different design that relocates parking elsewhere. The commission would like parking to not completely impact the historic resource and suggest alternate solutions such as off-site parking and shuttle service.
Okay. All right. How does everyone else? Is everyone else okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
I am too.
All right.
I am too.
All right. So,
Hands, okay.
do we have a comment in there that in general the commission does not does not want the parking to the parking and or parking requirements to strongly impact the resource or to negatively impact the resource? And currently it seems like there's a large requirement that is that's forcing parking onto the site. Do we have any other additional notes on that? Yeah, Commissioner House.
I'm just thinking, even though we're pretty far behind, considering the problems we get into sometimes when we read the minutes at the next meeting and want to modify them, it might behoove us to have the secretary read through the entire comments so we make sure we're good with them. Because I think you did include comments to that extent.
Okay, that sounds good. Let's do that, and let's see if we can get it from there. All right. So.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Heidi Rydell. I can go through those comments. So the first one I captured is the commission is in favor of the proposed solution for the temporary restrooms, but the solution for the ADA ramp needs to be restudied, and I believe you elaborated on that a bit, but I didn't capture all of that. I was going to review the tape, but if you'd like to elaborate on that now.
Okay, and it was that the solution to the it's not the solution that was shown, but the solution discussed of handicap entry from porch 128 what was supportable.
So then that comment would be the ramp solution discussed from porch 128 is supportable.
Yeah.
Then I have the handicap parking area in the courtyard is supportable as proposed.
Yep.
And then the commission is not in favor of parking on the, I think you said the far court area. Is that correct?
Forecourt.
F-O-R-E court.
So the commission is not in favor of parking on the forecourt area and feels that it takes away from the historic resource. Number 5 is currently parking lot 6 is not supportable. The commission would like to see a different design that relocates parking elsewhere. The commission would like parking to not completely impact the historic resource and suggest alternate solutions such as off-site parking and shuttle service. And then I believe Commissioner Mahan had a comment about something to do with 2 phases. I didn't completely capture that one. If you'd like to elaborate on that.
If that the CUP could be phased. Commissioner Mahan, do you want to, I'm not sure if we have your audio. We can't hear you.
Excuse me. The conditional use permit that Planning Commission finally devises should be in 2 phases with specific times for the first phase, which is the temporary phase. The second phase would be the permanent phase.
So the CUP should be in 2 phases with specific times for the first temporary phase and the second phase being permanent.
Yeah.
And then that is all I have for comments. I don't believe you went through the project compatibility criteria yet. Were there any other comments before you go through those criteria?
I think that's all I had. Okay. So, does anyone want to make a motion with those comments? Or do you want? I'll run through the comment or the project compatibility criteria, and then if someone wants to make a motion afterwards. So it's in compliance with the city charter and municipal code, consistent with design guidelines. The project fully complies with all applicable city charter and municipal code requirements. The project's design is consistent with the design guidelines to the location of the project. Is compatible with the architectural character of the city and neighborhood. and yeah, and its surroundings. The project is appropriate in size, mass, bulk, height, and scale. And yeah, and it doesn't impact those. It's sensitive to itself, and let's see, as a city landmark, it's sensitive to itself and nearby historic resources, including the cemetery. Its public views are not impacted. Yeah, and the use of open space and landscaping, it does, except for the portions mentioned. So, except for as mentioned. So, all right.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner House.
I think that compatibility analysis number 1 is a challenge to make, to say that it complies with all city charter and however it's worded, and municipal code, because we have issues with parking requirements. So I don't know that we can conclude it complies with all rules and regulations at this point. I just thought I'd bring that up in case there's a proviso.
And Mr. Chair and to Vice Chair House, you can say that in your comment. It doesn't have to be reading the language verbatim. If you have concerns with some of the language, I think Planning Commission would want to hear that. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, I will make to continue this to the Planning Commission, but let's alter project compatibility criteria number 1 to say the project largely complies with all applicable city charter and municipal code requirements, with the exception of parking requirements yet to be determined.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. So we have a motion by House, a second by Uli. Under discussion. Any discussion? All right. Well, with that, I'll call roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Heidi Riddell. I will begin the roll call vote. Commissioner Vena? Commissioner Vena, are you there?
Maybe we can come back to him.
All right, we'll skip over him for now. Vice Chair House?
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan?
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds?
Yes.
Commissioner Uli?
Yes.
Commissioner Drury?
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik?
Yes.
Commissioner Vena, did we get you back?
Commissioner Vena, can you hear? Oh, there you are. So
we're missing some audio. Let me try to. It looks like you're self-muted, Commissioner Vena.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. All right, thank you so much.
I keep getting muted out there somewhere.
And Chair Grumbine.
Yes.
Thank you so much. That concludes the roll call vote.
All right, thank you. All right. So with that, and actually, I'll also just add our thanks to the applicant for bringing this forward, and we look forward to this great historic resource becoming more available to the public. All right. Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to be kicking into item 3, but for now, let's take a 5-minute quick break and enough to get a coffee and get powered back up. So, all right, thank you.
Okay.
I just want to let you know that I'm going to start promoting the other panelists, okay?
Thanks, Ellen.
I see two people anyway.
I keep not seeing the voice from above, the Irishman from above.
You're lucky you don't get to see. I don't bathe anymore, you see, so I don't bathe or shave. So it's not public viewing.
COVID collateral.
Yeah, I have a Doppler that I send downtown to do my social stuff. I just stay home and
perfect.
Yeah.
I just had to laugh. I needed to turn my mic on so you could hear me laugh, Commissioner Drew.
What's that? What's that animal?
This animal with the cone of shame is my dog Wally, and I'm pacifying him by feeding him food while I try to do audio tests. So
what happened to
the
the poor dog?
I know, worse than a child, maybe? I don't know. But I do have Kirk Ellis. Kirk, could you test your audio in your webcam, please?
Yes, please. I'm right here.
Okay, can you? Perfect. And
turning on my webcam.
Suzanne Elledge is having difficulty. She didn't enter her audio PIN number, so she's not. I sent her audio PIN, but if she's going to be calling in by phone, I can't promote her to a panelist unless she. Let me see. I'm going to try to.
I'll drop her a message.
You can unmute yourself right now. There you go. It looks like I think.
Can you hear it?
Okay, excellent. So for whatever reason, I think it's because you're calling in, or you've got two different methods for calling in. I might have to jockey you around and figure out how to just to unmute you. So I don't want to mute you. Just send me a chat message if you need to speak. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to be very deferential to my team today. So, all right.
Sorry. And then Robert, thank you so much for checking your audio as well. And Mr. Chair, whenever you're ready, we can go ahead and get started.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so we will reconvene Historic Landmarks Commission meeting June 24th. All right, so we're on to item 3, 433 East Cabrillo Boulevard. This is an in-progress review, a proposal for an 86-room hotel at a project site comprised of 2 parcels. Let's see. The hotel site is currently permitted for a 150-room hotel with the conferences and group facilities. Proposes a revised design for a smaller development at the hotel site consisting of 2- and 3-story structures. The proposed square footage on this lot is approximately 88,000 square feet. Program elements include a casual and fine dining restaurant, wine cellar, lounge, rooftop pool, etc. Automobile and pedestrian access to the hotel will be from Calle Cesar Chavez. And this is an in-progress review. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing. Project was last reviewed May 13th, 2020. So welcome. And just for time's sake, so we keep on a good clip, if you wouldn't mind in your presentation, going through fairly quickly, maybe 20 minutes or so, and then and hit on all the, especially the points of change or questioning, maybe 30 if you have to.
We will try.
All right. We do have the drawings ahead of time, so at least we've been able to look at them. But especially key pieces that that you're going to address based on our comments. So all those things. And then Ms. Plummer, if you would.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'll make my comments really brief. The project is here again for an in-progress review, but I did want to update the commission, and I'm sure Suzanne will go into this a little bit more in the applicant presentation, but they are moving towards final approval at this point. They are planning to go to Planning Commission on July 9th, and then coming back to the HLC tentatively on July 22nd for final approval. So at this hearing, if you can largely focus some of your comments on what you would like to see for final approval so we get closer to that direction. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so with that, why don't I'll go through the our previous motion, and then we can go from there. Okay, so our previous motion was a 2-week continuance of the following comments, and I'll read off of the main screen rather than the PDF here. Okay, so the commission is concerned that the project is losing gravitas and poetry. Number 2, bring inspiration images for as many elements as possible to show how the construction documents will show the detail playing out. 3, the private elevator on sheet A4.101 is not resolved to satisfaction. Consider a parapet flat roof with a cornice as opposed to the hip roof. 4, the plaster beam on top of the plaster columns are not resolved. Resolve in proper plaster detailing or take them back to wood. 5, in general, the commission feels that the capitals and bases of the columns feel weak. 6, show a section through B11 and B12 on the south courtyard elevation at the arched opening from ground level, as the commission is concerned with the header size of the ground floor windows. 7, show inspiration images for the wrought iron and develop a more poetic way. In a more poetic way, and develop the drawings in a more poetic way. 8, balcony floors should be more traditional. 9, the property line wall adjacent to the railroad should include landscape relief or architectural detailing. 10, the pool olive trees should have a 4-foot box. 11, the 2 new added windows on Cabrillo Boulevard elevation need to be restudied and are not acceptable as proposed. Number 12, guard rail pickets should be increased to 3/4 or 5/8 inch with a guardrail cap to be molded. 13, chimneys should hide mechanical equipment. The motion was by House, second by Uli, 600. Mahan and Edmonds were absent. The motion carried. All right. So with that, and in 20 minutes or less.
Chair Grumbine.
So, yeah.
This is Suzanne. Thank you.
Yeah.
And Pilar covered some of what I wanted to say. We are headed to Planning Commission on July 9th, and soon after that, we would expect a decision on the SCD by the Community Development Director. And so while you can't take final action today, because the SCD has to be approved first, we're going to present to you as though we're getting final approval today, and we would love to hear from the commission if you were able to take final action, if you would give it final approval today. So we've submitted everything for that, and that's the goal, with the idea being that we would come back after the SCD is approved and obtain final action at that point when you can take it. So we're not going to present landscape today. What we're asking for is, are you ready to give the architecture final approval? We'll schedule ourselves for a review of the landscape focused just on landscape in the coming weeks. And that's it. Thank you very much.
All right.
Are we ready?
All right, welcome. Yeah.
I'm going to do my best.
Okay.
Going to be tough. As you know, this is the first meeting we've ever had where we're not last. So we're going to respect the 20 minutes, and I'm going to do my best. The format for the first part is the same. That is the approved elevations on top and the construction document elevations below, which is part of a Revit model. And I'm very happy you asked us to put the photographs back on. We live with them daily, and it's always strange to see them separated from the drawing. So very happy you asked for that. We're going to start off with the entry courtyard. And honestly, I will do this as fast as I can. And if I'm not doing it fast enough, you can yell at me.
And
okay, sounds good. It's a deal.
Put the other PDF up, please. It's called Comparative Elevations. That's what Bob's referring to. That we'll go through on. There we go. Very good. Thank you.
I feel much more comfortable now. Pictures. So first thing I want to talk to you about are the columns at the entry. So the entry is right in the middle of this drawing. Again, approved is on top. Where we are today is down below. And we can almost focus in on the down below because the first thing we did was something you never asked us to do. And it's a very unusual detail, and it's only particular to this style as far as I know. And I studied architectural history for many years, and that is engaging the column in the wall as an arch. So if you look at the top elevation, approved, you see 4 columns. It doesn't really work that way. Those 2 outside columns shouldn't have vertical lines. We took those out. One of my favorites, can we scan over and keep the pictures on the drawing so I don't feel insecure? One of my favorite details, and I found this, there's so many in Santa Barbara, but I found my favorite, and it's it says column capital, and it's on the right-hand side, halfway down next to that underside of a balcony. It is from the south facade of the county courthouse, and someone made the wonderful suggestion last time to look at some asymmetrical windows there, which we have done, and you will see. So I love this detail. As you know, the column capital just stops. It's all in the same plane as the wall, so those vertical lines are out. I won't dwell on that. We have updated the fireplace. I'm not going to talk about that because we don't have enough time, I guess. And the third thing are the corners. You did not ask for this, but you will soon see that all the rectangular openings throughout the whole project, whether it's a guest room opening a door inside or outside on the west facade of the Cabrillo wing, Cesar Chavez wing, we've angled all the doors. You can see those angles that work around the doors. It seemed like it's a little too plain for the front facade, so we've angled those doors. Again, that's another change that we made. The balcony. So I have a weird habit of measuring things. I've done it for the last 37 years of my life, and there's 2 balconies I love, one of which is on State Street. It's balcony type B on the right-hand side, which was measured many years ago. And then another balcony I love, you may know Burge Clark. He is the George Washington Smith of Palo Alto. And he has a very similar balcony, a very similar cap. If you look next to that balcony, where it says balcony type B, that is actually not the cap of either one, but it's another cap, which I love. And these became the inspiration for the balcony over the front door. So obviously people will arrive, you're driving up from LA or the Santa Barbara airport, you'll get out of your car, and you look up and you'll see this balcony. So that for us was very important to be the best, the most detailed balcony. We'll show you the details in a second. We'd love to talk to you about materials today as well, if we have time. One thing we'd love for you to consider is not using so many brightly colored tiles, but maybe tiles that are a little bit faded. You probably know about encaustic tiles. We don't have samples for today, but we want to just put that idea out there if this would be an acceptable tile for us to use on these balconies. So that is the balcony. Again, the details in just a second. You also didn't ask for us to change the windows on either side of this balcony, and we added a slope sill. We obviously have a very deep wall here, and the inspiration photo for that is also on the right-hand side, down the bottom where it says slope sill. This is a building on De La Guerra Plaza, that wonderful building with the chimney that Commissioner Mahan asked me to look at so many years ago. So that's a good inspiration for that right there. And then probably for me, and maybe no one else cares about this, but I absolutely did not like all these metal caps on all these chimneys and all these plumbing vents. If you see it in the top elevation, they're everywhere. So Kirk and his wonderful team at Gensler figured out a way to get rid of those. So if you look at the bottom photographs, 2 photographs in the bottom chimney types, the one on the right-hand side is what many of our chimneys now are. They're not capped with big metal things. They're very simple abstract forms. And we've used that in the center. This is one of the few public space chimneys in the center of the elevation. And then off to the side, you'll see the chimney that was once a metal cap on the left-hand side of this drawing is now a simple, what I call a sloped cap. And that is the inspirational image down in the bottom corner there. And we would like to copy that very exactly. I usually don't say copying things. I usually say inspired by things, but here we actually would like to copy that pretty exactly. Lanterns. So we've always shown you bits and pieces of lanterns. It is the jewelry of the style. And there's 3 lanterns that we'd love to put over inside these arches. We'll light up the ceiling at night and give a wonderful first impression for guests arriving. And the L01, which is the center arch there, that is the inspiration for this lantern. It's a little bit too frilly or small scale and light, but I love the idea of that shape. And I love the idea that it'll cast shadows up on the ceiling above. The lantern next to it is the inspirational lantern for the, if someone's using the cursor, the pedestrian arcade, which is such a wonderful way to enter this hotel. You don't just come off the sidewalk and walk to the front door. You actually come off the sidewalk, walk through this arcade, and you come into the entry court. So the L04 is that lantern. Okay, I could talk more, but I'm going to stop. We should go to the next one, the next elevation, if we can. It's the Cesar Chavez. So I have to talk about my favorite building one more time on State Street. I still do not know who designed this building, but that was the inspiration for the wall putts. If you look halfway down, you can see the wall putts are engaged in the landscape walls. So these are walls on the ground floor. As you might remember, these guest rooms are elevated above Cesar Chavez for the best possible views. And as part of that landscape wall, Kirk and his team have figured out how to actually engage the pot in the wall. And just like Commissioner Mahan asked us to stucco over the Pierce concrete screen, we want to stucco right up to that pot. We don't want to paint it as someone did on the State Street pot. We want to keep it its natural color, but integrate it into the wall. You may have seen several pots like this around Santa Barbara where the pots were put in after the stuccoing is all done, and then metal bars. We'd love to do and will do what is shown on that. So columns. Commissioner Grumbine, you asked us about this. we have done our research.
Right.
Yeah. In fact, I spent a whole day, not a whole day, half a day on measuring columns, including the columns of the old Montecito Firehouse, which I actually already had measured, and then the columns from Osborne Craig's building, the Street of Spain, at the De La Guerra entrance to the El Paseo. And these columns are compatible with those columns, and we'll show you that in just a second. But the two columns at the top, that is not Street of Spain. The one on the left-hand side is from the clock tower at the Santa Barbara County Courthouse. And the right side is the building that has no name, but it's a building that inspired our retail building. And so we've measured these columns, and we can show you those details in just a second here. I wanted you to know that. Again, we changed the chimney, so we have no more of these fussy metal caps. And Commissioner Lenvik asked us to look at not putting these little tiny hats on all these elevator overrides and mechanical on the roof. And that building, and I'm sorry, I forget where that's from. I think it's here. These simple caps, parapet caps, using the tile that we're using elsewhere. So, and then the last lantern is a different one. We'd hope to use all these different lanterns so that doesn't look like someone went through a catalog and chose all these lanterns. We want to have all these different lanterns to inspire us for the new lanterns. And this entrance, again, is the only pedestrian entrance in the whole project. We'd love something as significant as that guests can enter through under and cars will drive by. We have no lanterns on the gate posts, as you might see, or as you probably have seen at the Four Seasons. We want to keep the lighting low here, have the lantern off to the side at the pedestrian entry, and keep it that simple. So again, I can talk some more, but I won't. Actually, let me say one thing. You'd never mentioned this, but if you look at the presidential, which is between grid lines A8 and A11, it was a very strange thing where the roof went up and hit the wall. And that's actually the presidential suite. As we discussed last time, we lowered the roof there. We actually lowered the massing there. And to end that funny condition that's on grid line A11, we added a chimney on the terrace of the presidential suite. So it's kind of a nice way to end that. And so you don't see the wall keep going up, which looks kind of like a 70s thing to me. So we took that off. Again, I think we should jump to the next, because I'm talking long now. I can see on my computer here. Okay, Cabrillo. We added the landscape wall back just so you can see. The one above is without a wall, which you asked us to take off. Just so you can see what it is with the landscape wall, we added that back. Again, these are elevated rooms, so you can see, the guests can see view above Cabrillo, and Commissioner House suggested that we not do the two windows that we had on our last presentation. And this is kind of a tough one for us because there are so few rooms in Santa Barbara that have ocean views. The Biltmore has very few. Other Miramar has some that are right down, but these are some of the best rooms in the whole property. So we want to make sure that we don't have little tiny windows here. What we did do, and I'm sorry the landscape wall is hiding it, is down below is actually a door. This corner suite has a door and there's a garden right there. So it's not a window, it's a door. And above it is a awning, which I'll show you in a second. And above that is a window, which is similar to the other windows in the property. So we'd love to, if we could, keep these as large as possible, not take away from the wall mass, but keep these as large as possible, but not copy as we had done last time above and below. So this is Chairperson Grumbine, you mentioned this last time. This is a sort of a big deal to us. So as you know, in commercial buildings, you have to have the railings at 42 inches. And 42 inches is exactly the worst height you can possibly have to sit in a chair and look at a view. So we would love to keep these areas, and you had commented last time, these areas above the solid walls. So they're about 12 inches. We want to keep all the solid walls to 30 inches, obviously table height. And then above that, keep it as light as we possibly can, because when you're sitting in the chair, it's going to cut off the view if we raise the wall above 30 inches. Where it says simple balconies, you'll see this in a second when we go through the details, but the simple balconies have thin metal tops. Commissioner Lenvik had mentioned doing something thicker there. We're hoping we can keep the thinner. That's actually a balcony at my house on the top, right below where the Bougainvillea is. Right below that is the building on Ortega, 345 Ortega Street, which is not the oldest balcony in town, but it's certainly a very light balcony. We like the lightness of that. Again, I think if we can preserve these views for the guests, it would be a wonderful thing. One thing you'll see in the details is we want to make sure all these balconies do not have what looks like brackets out of a catalog. We probably talk way too much about this in the design team, but if we can keep the brackets simple but look like they're generally functional, we'd love to do that. And again, not look like they're out of a catalog. So bottom photograph is from the Ikeheim house in Montecito, obviously by Smith. And again, we love the idea that we can keep these chimneys simple now. We don't have these fussy caps. I'm going to skip half the other stuff I was going to say on this. Let's go to the next. I'm sorry if this is taking too long. Do you want me to go faster?
No, this is good. This is I think the fastest I've heard you explain things for the last 4 years or whatever it's been.
But I know we not 8 of the drawings. So
no, it's good. It's good.
Commissioner Lenvik had a wonderful question last time. As you might remember, these 3 arches of the lobby were inspired by Myron Hunt's building on, I think it's 1000 State Street, or you could also look toward the recently renovated Cabrillo Arts Pavilion for these double height arches. And Commissioner Lenvik asked about what is the panel, what's happening between there. You can't see it here, but we will show it to you in a second. It's on the bottom elevation. And I hope that will explain it. The elevation can't explain what we did, but the section will. One thing I would love to do here, and we have detailed it, is to use wood members on the trellises that are not known members. That is, they're not 2x, 4x, 6x. I live next to the house here in Montecito, El Fuerdis. I can never say that right. And one of their trellises, which is still there 100 years later, has unusual sizes. They're all generally square, and it just looks like the right balcony. I love it. So we'd love to do that here. We were asked to do a flashing detail. We've studied that. I don't know if it's fully documented, but we have studied flashing detail above these wood members, as was asked a couple meetings ago. So one of the biggest changes, well, let me do an easy thing first. Light fixture. Another important entry. This is the double elevator for guests. Guests will come in and out of this door where it says LO6. I love that light fixture. Something inspired, not exactly that, something inspired by that. I think it has to be a bigger scale than what that is. If I remember that, where I got that picture from. So a bigger scale over this door. In general, we like to keep all the landscape lighting low and then have a few incredible lanterns on the building that designate entries and places of great interest. So many meetings ago, Commissioner Mahan suggested we look at the Lobero Theater and its wonderful large-scale moldings. As you know, we cannot go above that red line with any kind of roof or covering. We absolutely have to cover these doors of the elevator. If you look up on the roof, they're above the red line. This is a big issue for us because these doors are facing south and they're metal and we can't cover them. So came up with the idea, and you'll see more details in a second, of this whole system of what I call cabana architecture. So if you look at where it says roof awning off to the side in our photographs, a very simple sort of arcade of curtains and cabanas that can take you from the elevator right to the pool deck. I sort of like it because it introduces the whole pool deck. So when you're on Cabrillo, you could look back at this building and you can see this whole area above. You will see other cabanas from different parts of this building, even from Cabrillo, possibly from Stearns Wharf. But we like the idea of coming out of those elevators and being in this whole new world. And I absolutely love the idea of this pool terrace and this much, much lighter architecture. So it was combining Commissioner Mahan's idea of the enlarged molding, which I think you'll see in a second, and then of course the cabana architecture. Montecito Firehouse, as I said, I've measured that, waiting for my daughter in the past, and those columns, and those were the inspiration for the columns above the high arches. And again, we have a detail for that in a second. We completely agree with the comment last time about having, I think Commissioner Lundvik said heft, and agree with that. So you'll see that in a second. Let's jump to the next because I've already taken up my time. Sorry.
It's okay.
Lanterns, obviously lantern, it's the same lantern. We really want to do one-off lanterns that aren't from a catalog and see all over the building. We've done a great job, I think, of reducing the number of lanterns so we can put the budget into not a few, but several one-off incredible lanterns that people will remember. So on the right-hand side, you just saw that. It's the guest entry. On the left-hand side, fun lantern for the loggia that goes in front of the ballroom. Something you can look up and smile about. Obviously, we have the engaged spots from that building on State Street. And again, the simple balcony. So our goal here in the simple balconies, if the balcony is protruding beyond the masonry face of the building, it should have some more detail. If the balcony is recessive, then it can have less detail. So my own house, below where it says simple balconies, that could be simple. And the one down below it, I put this on here, it's the 345. Goodness, what is that street? So where the Paradise Cafe is, that street, you know what street it is. It's a very simple balcony. And again, I just have to say, because it's so important for us to not have a big, heavy balcony in someone's view. There are so many historic balconies that are very light like this. In fact, one's coming up here in a second. And again, the idea of not putting on brackets that look like they came from a catalog and we're all welded together. So that's what that other photograph is for. Let's jump to the next elevation. So this is one of my favorite elevations and one of my favorite finds. This was what we call the cantilever stair going up to the pool deck. This is from a book on Mexican architecture. Obviously, a wonderful stair, something fun to look at. You can see the simple balcony on this. This is probably 150-plus-year-old stair at how simple that balcony is, that railing. As you know, you asked us a while ago to raise it, which we did, to cover the rail, and it's very much like the photograph now. You saw the lantern on the bottom. We would really like to change the windows in the arches. So this is the facade that goes up from the ballroom to the arcade to the restaurant. Those two square windows, which don't exist in the elevation above, these are windows actually into the display kitchen. And one of the most beautiful things about El Paseo is you walk through and all the arches don't really match and nothing's perfect. And we were worried that we were creating this symmetrical forced elevation with these regimented windows. So we actually wanted to change those two windows. Hope you agree. And those are windows that look into the kitchen, something people can see as they're walking by. And of course, the actual entrance is further on where those two arched openings are. Okay, let's go to the next elevation. I I always think of Commissioner Lundvik when I look at this because of his, I think it's probably the first suggestion he ever made on this building, and it was to break the roof above the outside arcade or outside walkway upstairs. It's the first, only place that happens on this building, as you know, just like the county courthouse or that building I said I would never mention again, the junior high school. It looks like it was not all built at the same time. So look, we love very much that suggestion. The roof breaks over the walkway. You can see the angles of the doors I mentioned. We talked about the front elevation. Balcony D is very much like what used to exist on the Biltmore. I think they've changed those balconies now, but what used to exist on the Biltmore with a spiral above and a spiral below, obviously not structural, so breaking our rule there. And then, of course, the Edwards and Plunkett building on Anacapa, which is a Wells Fargo building with that wonderful top spiral. Again, you can see how simple these railings are, especially the top one. So I'm hoping you will consider letting us keep that simple to preserve our guests' views. And of course, the Icahn House on, I think it's Mesa. Yeah, Mesa Drive. Yes, next to Oak Drive. Okay, next. But you can see on this elevation how nice it is to get rid of all those metal caps. Okay, some changes here. 1 second, let me make sure I tell you all these important things. Well, starting off, Commissioner Mahan's suggestion so many meetings ago to do something interesting on that tallest tower. And as you might remember, the HLC recommended towers, which we love. This is the longest elevation. Love the towers. Commissioner Mahan suggested that. We love it. The actual inspiration is on the side. I've actually been in that building, in that office where that fireplace is, and it's very, very nice. So we love that idea and just pointing it out to you. And so one quick thing. Oh, cantilever columns. So I'm sure you recognize the Californian Hotel, which I still think of as Roque Galantes from so many years ago when I first lived here. Obviously, these cantilever columns and, of course, the entablature above. In this case, the entablature above is not on the same plane as the columns, which we actually did do on our building. You'll see that in a second with the details. And it was also inspired by the column which we measured one afternoon at the Street of Spain, the Osborne Craig columns, and of course the entablature above. Again, another picture of the old Montecito Firehouse, which was the inspiration for these columns between the guest rooms. We're trying to make the top floor look lighter. Of course, wall pots down at the bottom. We have one change. We took what we think of as the Mahan pierced masonry screen with a stucco over the top. It's all in the same plane. We actually need to add those here. It is the kitchen. This is a public park. We think those screens are beautiful, and we'd love to do those on this side of the kitchen. They're centered the arches. We did not have them before, but we'd love to add these. Well, we need to add something there because of the kitchen exhaust. So let's jump to the next.
Air intake, real quick. Kitchen air intake, not exhaust.
Oh,
yes, it's dealing with air. Keep going, Bob.
I'm almost done.
All we care about is whether it looks pretty.
All the materials.
I know. That's me, though. I have to clarify. It's okay.
This is so important to us. And again, I have to mention the building I said I wouldn't mention anymore, but you may remember, I think it was the first presentation almost 3 years ago when we presented this facade. This facade has always been more of a service facade, although, as you know, there's no back door to this whole hotel. There's no back facade. These facades are visible everywhere. This facade is behind that massive there's a marine building and the huge warehouse building just down the street. It's somewhat hard to see. And that's why, if you look on the side here where it says illustrative site plan, it's actually angling away from Calle Cesar Chavez. I do think you'll see it. Certainly people in the train will see it. It has to be a nice facade. But we would like to ask for one simple change that is so important for the spaces behind here. So in the beginning, you might remember the ground floor was all service, or back of house as we call it. Up above was all mechanical. In fact, the very first presentation we ever showed you, there were 5 arches here and they were infilled with a masonry pier screen. And then above that, we always imagined the pool would take up most of that space. It actually doesn't need to be that deep. We've elevated slightly. So we're able to fit the spa in this middle space where the 5 arches are. As you might know, spas don't like sounds, especially train sounds. So we really don't need windows on this facade. We do need the beautiful pierced masonry screens. We've downsized them. I think we could fit a little bit more wall space between the pierced masonry screen and the arch. But this is a detail you can see in the top right side, up in the corner there. And then my second favorite building, which I told Suzanne Elledge I would never mention again, is the Santa Barbara Junior High School. And you might know that the Fly Tower, that is the area above the stage, was decorated. I hate to say decorated with arches that are somewhat shallow and obviously tile insets with a balcony below. This is all just a facade. These aren't real arches. They don't go back anywhere. And you also might know that, so you do know, probably the most famous theater, the Libero, has a massive blank facade with no decoration. And somehow we all still love that. I love it. And so we want to go back to what we showed you. I think it was the first HLC meeting with these arches that have depth. They're about 8 inches back. They have a balcony in the bottom. They have an interesting tile pattern. Again, it's not very visible to people in cars. It is visible to people in trains. As you've often asked in the past, you've asked us to do quick sketches. The 3 sketches in the bottom are based on a Revit drawing. The reason there's 3 is because the top one is without the middle tree. And of course, the bottom one is with a tree. And our landscape architect will talk about this in a second, but that whole back service area of this building, we want to get as much landscape in as we can. It is service, but we want to get landscape in there. The whole bottom part, the whole first floor is covered with the sound wall along the train tracks. You'll really see the upper part of this through the trees, which again are the arches and the pierced masonry screens. And again, the picture for that is that upper part where the stucco goes over the whole screen and makes it all cohesive. So this is very important to us, this facade and this change, and we hope you'll consider it. We also added some windows. We added asymmetrically, and I'm sorry, I can't remember who suggested this, but it's always nice to go down to the county courthouse and walk around. And so on the right-hand side of this facade, we added a window off the side, which actually works in the guest room. On the other side, we added a window above that arch, and this is where we raise the arch, take it away from the roof. So got some asymmetry here. We got a very nice working spa behind this facade, and we're very happy. Next drawing, elevation. Okay, so when you drive into this hotel, I would like to imagine what guests are going to see. You'll see obviously lots of landscaping. You'll come off Calle Cesar Chavez. You'll come into an entry court that's very lushly landscaped. It's probably the most important outdoor space, I think, in the whole project, because it's what everyone sees first. So if you look at the 3rd floor where it says L07, that light was chosen because it would be so wonderful if you're driving into the entry court, you look up above the landscaping and you see up on the 3rd floor this one incredible lantern. It's all about the shape, the light coming off of it. And again, we're not going to copy that. We're going to use that for inspiration. And we hope that's the first major lantern you see besides the pedestrian walkway lantern off to the side. Balcony C was inspired by the facade just to the north of the Street of Spain, the Osborne Craig facade. And the reason we like this is the bracket looks like it's doing something. It's not just stuck on and from a catalog. I don't know who did this balcony. We do like it for this area. It is on the 2nd floor. It says C right under the hand on the cursor, right there. And then L03, which is my favorite lantern in all of Santa Barbara. It's that simple rectangular opening. Sorry, got cut off on our drawing, but the lantern over the arch. This arch, the 3 arches of the entry here. This is a single arch that goes to the ballroom and the restaurant. We wanted to give it some importance. We'd love to use this as inspiration. This lantern that's on axis with the Libero Theater. It comes out of the wall. It's not at all like the lanterns over here. It has a completely different feeling, and we love using that for inspiration. Just inside where the 2 arcades meet, we'd love to use L03. Again, different lantern. For me, this is such an important part of that style of the architecture to make sure all this works together. We have one more, I think one more elevation, and I'm way over my time limit. Sorry. The last time there was concern on this building, we had taken off the windows. We put them back on. So those are on the Calle Cesar Chavez facade. It's actually behind a whole lot of landscaping. So I'm not sure you'll see them, but we put them back on. Lantern is to go between that middle, those on either side of that middle arch. That middle arch is on the same axis as that arcade that comes down from the ballroom. And this is sort of an introduction to what we want to talk to you about. Not just yet, we're going to do the details first, but roof tile and plaster. And obviously you cannot get the right colors. This is not nearly this orange where it says, above where it says plaster reference. It actually is a color right next to it. And I'll talk to you about that in a second. You probably know that's the roof of the county courthouse. There's many subtle variations in those roofs. I just love that roof, and that became our inspiration for our mock-up, which you'll see in a second. Sorry I took so long. Sorry. I didn't even mention half of my stuff.
All right, you were twice as fast as last time, so that's good.
Okay, I'll pick it up from here then. So if the city, please change over to the other exhibit we have, which is the full HLC submittal package. If it pleases the committee, for sake of time, we can go through we can skip the plans, actually, because you're familiar with our floor plans. Nothing has changed in the floor plans. I just run on page 13, actually, of this PDF. That's okay. That's getting to building sections, which will lead us to details, following up on what Bob just described from our elevations. Is that okay, Chairperson Drumline?
Sounds good, yeah.
Great, okay. Top section, this is all from our Revit file. We're at a 75% construction drawing now. This is locked down. This is the end of the west wing. To the right-hand side of the top section is facing Chase Palm Park. To the left-hand side of that section is facing back into our courtyard, showing the relationship, especially in the upper two floors of the verandas, which is typical underneath our roof. How we come to the trellis on one side, which is from the 3-meal restaurant. To the left-hand side, how our flying stair comes down, re-engages in the building, then comes out as massive stair walls that comes down to the courtyard. Section below that is just a little bit further north on the west wing, again showing our verandas facing to Chase Palm Park, but also showing the colonnade or arcade that tracks along the building footprint, which is what guests will, from the motor court, guests will follow that path, protected covered path to the 3-meal restaurant. Next page, please. Longitudinal section on top through our pool deck, guest rooms below. More importantly, probably though, is the lower section. Right-hand side is the courtyard, again showing our arcade that comes from the motor court. That long, wide space, that is our main meeting room. We've worked very hard to get the highest ceiling we can in that space, but still have it work with our openings for the glazing system, which relates back to the arcade facing out to the courtyard. Guest room just above that, you can see has a deep veranda, partially covered and then partially uncovered, with the curved wall through there. Guest room above that. Important to note is on the very top, you can see we have a short section of roof that comes to our guardrail height roof deck. And then just up a little bit to the left as you're looking at this section is then the pool deck. Pool deck is slightly elevated, just 18 inches. The reason why is we want to give a small sense of separation, privacy for guests on the pool deck versus the roof deck, but also give a better sight line for people on the pool deck, on a chaise lounge, looking out, seeing past the fall protection guardrail at the edge and still able to enjoy the view across Cabrillo. Next page, please. Great, transverse section here. The upper section is at our front door. So motor court is to the right-hand side. You can see our arcade, the two-sided fireplace, and then guest rooms above that. You'll notice on the right-hand side of the section, the upper section, you can see how we go from a balcony condition, which is our balcony type B, and then we have a veranda condition above that. So part of that poetry and that language that Bob started in the concept, we've been able to realize this through structure, mechanical, everything. Lower section is one of our typical wings, the Cabrillo wing. You can go to the next page, please. I'm trying to go fast through this so we can talk about details. Again, typical sections through where our guest rooms are at the veranda. Next page, please. Then section at the left-hand section is at the presidential suites. It's coming from the Calle Cesar Chavez wing, the deep veranda for ground floor rooms, which are actually 3 feet above the street level. Second floor rooms, short roof section, and that is the terrace level for the presidential suites. It's a beautiful space. The presidential suite, 10-foot high ceilings, come out, you have a private terrace. You can still look down onto Cabrillo and the beach, of course. Next page, please. wall sections. As Bob briefly mentioned, as you know from before, no changes have been made to our wall sections. We have 1'9" for any of the walls that are at the motor court, arcade, the courtyard. Anytime you can really kind of touch a wall as a guest on all four sides, 1'9" thick. 1 foot 2 inches thick is our next main size, and then we have a 9 or an 8, depends on the acoustic treatment. But basically, we've tried to anywhere you can be touching a wall and see both sides, we wanted to have that be that thicker wall. Our 8 and 9-inch walls are reserved only for demising walls between terraces or verandas, for example. You can skip down. And by the way, we had to work very hard on the acoustic to separate the noise from the trains. We've been able to get all the work in the same wall assembly, acoustic or non-acoustic, basically. Next page, please. I'm going to keep going. Next page, please. We get the details. Ceiling details keep going. Okay. As Bob mentioned, the courtyard facing back to the lobby where we have our arches. Detail number 7 at the lower left-hand side. I think this is a brilliant solution that we came up with. The whole idea was from the courtyard, those arches really went down at the bottom, please. There you go. So this is a section through the level 2 guest room. At the bottom of that section, you're seeing the head of the glazing system at the lobby. The whole idea of that composition was to have the arches read as tall arches, 2-story arches, the only place in the whole project that we had that experience. There is a trellis that's set in front of that that's quite light. The idea here was if when we had that typical plaster condition coming out, it really felt like you're putting a belt across these nice, tall, slender columns as a part of that arch system. So the solution for us was to then inset this back in as more of a spandrel panel, not art deco detailing, nothing like that, but take that as metal. It is a part of the window system below, so it really reads kind of a tall head or header for that glazing system below. It'll be the same matte finish to match the glazing system. You can see on the upper part of that detail is wrap above, and that is then our coping top for the veranda of the guest room above on level 2. But again, what that allows us to do is that darker metal gets set back in visually from the courtyard and allows that vertical, which is that white plaster, to go past, and you really read those arches now as 2-story arches, which I think is going to be very successful. A light detail, but very important. Other details are the same as what we've had before, so you could actually zoom back out, please, and we can go to the next page. These are all details you've seen before. Okay, our perforated screen panel, detail number 5. That is and it's actually the section that is number 6. As Bob said, that's primarily on the north, also on the west facades. It's going to be a GFRC piece that's put in place, trimmed out to be secured, and then that final coat of plaster on all 4 sides actually we're proposing, because we need to have that 4th side on the inside so it still gets closed off properly and will be maintained. Detail number 3, as Bob said, again, we worked very, very diligently and with focus to get this to be a beautiful detail. So those 5 arches where the spa occurs facing on level 2 back to the north, the solution was that 8-inch inset. It's a beautiful tile inset. We have good termination details for the tiles then. There's an inset panel within that follows the spring line of the arch. And then that shallow balcony down below reads. And right now the balcony in this looks like it's offset. That's because it's taken straight out of the Revit model. It actually continues on. It's not an asymmetrical composition for the balcony like that. If you can zoom back out, please. Good. Then some other details. You'll notice the detail number 9. We have this in 2 different locations, end of a gable end of a roof, just to be able to show where that typical detail would be with the tile protruding. Just pan down, please, on the sheet. Yeah, and as Bob said, we have 3 different locations where we have detail number 8. Windows, of course, are inset. This is our 1'9" thicker wall, and then we do have that chamfered sill that goes down. So we're going to get a better shadow read, as you all know what that detail does, small fenestration, but we perceive it as being a larger opening and really nice, gentle shading differences that help to delineate those different planes. You can pan out to the whole page now, please. I think for sake of speed, let's go ahead and go down to the next page, please. This has not changed. These are our typical details from before. All of our glazing systems are always inset into all the walls. They're at least inset 8 inches. In some cases, they are inset 11 inches. And that was, again, maintain the feeling of a thick load-bearing masonry wall, typical all the way through the whole building. Next page, please. Great. And then this gets into our detail connections for guardrails, and balustrades. It's the same details we've shown you before. We think we've come up with a pretty clever solution where we are going to be able to get that last piece of the handrail to be connected and have the plaster surround the connection points. We're not going to have mounting brackets that are on top of the plaster. It's all going to be inset and clean. This is what you've seen before. Next page, please. Okay, now we're getting into the fun stuff. I think we told you before we had 5 different balcony types. We actually have 8 different balcony types and 4 different variants of those 8. So we actually have a lot of different balcony variations for you. We think we've got some beautiful solutions here. This is our A type, and we're just going to go A, B, C all the way through. You've reviewed the drawings. So for A, this is facing onto the motor court. We do have the tile pieces down below. I'm going to show you the detail of how the tile works on a later detail. We do have the knuckles, or those the solid blobs on the metal pickets. We do have a bracket. In this case, the bracket returns back up underneath the balcony itself. And connection details, as we had just said, we do have connections. We're getting straight to the plaster, no mounting brackets onto the plaster. If you can go to the next page, please, for balcony type B. So this is on level 2, just above the motor court. So our 3 arches below are framed up, if you recall that. As Bob said, super important to get this right, have it feel unique. This also has that, hopefully, encaustic tile that's facing downwards, or hand-painted precast pavers we're looking at also. We do have that long span. It's then got 3 sections to it. The scroll at the bottom then is in line with a vertical that comes up, returns back, and has a small, very small finial at the top. It's more like a split piece of iron at the top. So it's not a really highly decorative finial, not a fleur-de-lis, nothing like that, just kind of a split top up there. If you can go to the next, please, because you're starting to see that language. Yes, thank you. Type C is also facing the motor court towards the train track side. Very similar to A. So in this case, we have just a very simple sphere for our finial on top of our corner post. And you'll notice that the scroll below actually has, on the top, has reversed direction, just to give some of that poetry that is, as Bob said, and as the commission had asked for, looking for a different condition here, a little bit different condition there. So it's really some variations, but there's a common language that ties these all together. Let's go to balcony type D, please. Next page. Right, so this occurs just once in the project, and this is the end of the Cabrillo wing. That's kind of where the 2 arms of the property come around, and we're framing that open portal from Cabrillo back into the courtyard. And the whole idea of this was to have that scroll then arc back in to become the 1-inch square vertical post that holds the corner of the balcony. Goes up, creates a nice, elegant curve at the top. It's not forced, it's not too cramped. And that has an attachment point also, really just for decoration. This is actually one of our guest rooms that faces back onto the courtyard. And as you can see up above, also we have tile that's facing down to below, and this has knuckles. You can go to the next page, please. Okay, so now getting into the other variants. So this now has more of our details. We've got I think if you want to zoom in, actually, please, on the axonometric, the worm's eye looking up from in the upper left-hand corner. We got a couple of good notes, and it'll kind of help you understand. We got a 3x2 steel angle that surrounds that edge. We have another plate that's laid in that forms the base for our 17x2 precast tiles that sit in there, so we're gonna be able to see that. Our strapping that goes across that then is 2-inch by, I think it's a 1/4-inch steel. So basically we have a system we can set that down. They're gonna hold those pavers. And then on top, then we're able to get, as you see, just off to the right a little bit, we've got those pavers that can butt edge. So we think this is very buildable. We feel that the contractor can actually fulfill the design in this way. It's not going to be different from what you're seeing here. As Bob said, we really have looked at this carefully. We really believe that the 1/2-inch wide steel pickets works. We'd heard the commission before, preference for 5/8 inch. We have a lot of small balconies that are actually very slight and delicate. So we felt by adding the knuckles that the 1/2-inch still works, and the 2-inch by 3/4-inch straight plate at the top. We'd heard the commission before also about having possibly a profile relief. We felt this was still just a very nice residential quality of detail in our mind, and simplicity on the top. So there's really that beauty and ornateness on the bottom of the ironwork plus the painted pavers. You can pan back out on this one, please.
One quick thing, Kirk.
Please, jump in.
Done similar balconies before. What I like to do, and I've done it many times, is take a grinder to sort of randomly ease some of these edges, and it's all a matter of course, the person doing it, but properly done, I think it adds so much to the balcony. So you don't have perfectly square edges everywhere. Did it on my own house, which I love, and anyway, we'd like to do it here as well.
Thanks for reminding me. So in our notes, we had actually said hammered, but it's the look of that. So the technique is what Bob just described. So we get that nice uneven surface to it.
It's okay. He's on the record as saying he's going to be the one doing it, so he's going to go around with the grinder.
I think I heard that too. Yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay. So then let's go to the next page, please, of balcony types. And you're seeing our language is consistent. Now we're changing. So this type is the same above. You can see we have two variants of this. One variant is with straight pickets. One is with rotated pickets. So it's 1/2 inches, then become just shy of 3/4 when they're rotated. That gives us again some variation. This now has just the straight straps. We do not have the pavers in this condition, but if you can zoom into the worm's eye axonometric upper left-hand corner, it still maintains a similar look. It's still a 3x2 profile for our steel angle. We're able to get a similar language. So as guests walk through the property, they're going to see a common sense of weight to that base. It's going to be a similar detail, similar connection. Just the infill is what then changes. You can zoom back out, please. We'll go to the next page. I'm trying to go fast also to finish we get to comments and questions. Next page, please. Oh, I think this is, yeah. So now, sorry, I was wrong. Now it's just the same detail I just showed you, but with no knuckles, but we have variants, straight pickets and rotated pickets. Now we can go to the final page. Yeah, and so then this occurs just in one location as well. And again, you can see our scroll then goes up and is straight into our corner post with a simple round finial on that. And that's just one variation type with the straight pickets. Go to the next page. I believe that's it for the balcony. These are just our typicals. We're just trying to show here our language. If it's narrower, here's how we do the spacing of the knuckles. If we go longer than a certain amount of feet, here's how we're taking that knuckle pattern if we have the knuckle pattern, or above, no knuckle pattern. On the left-hand side, we have just a couple of locations of having a unique condition where we're coming up against really kind of some scrolled plaster wall adjacent. And so we're proposing to just have it be a couple of decorative pieces like this that really follow that language. There's a good positive and negative balance of the form there. Next page, please.
Kirk, one quick thing. Chairperson Grumbine, this is the area I mentioned during the comparative elevations. That top thing is where the wall stops at 30 inches. Again, it's a great window height if you're sitting in a chair. If we have to bring it up, it's going to really hurt many of the views in these guest rooms. We're hoping, although it's not 100% historical, it does work with all the other balconies, and it's again really important to us to keep these balconies light to preserve these beach and ocean views.
Yeah, good point, Bob. Thank you for putting that in. On this page, you've seen a couple of these details. I'll point you to detail number 7, the top of our what we call the express elevator. That's the single elevator that goes to the roof and pool deck. We had a comment from the commission last time about maybe remove the hipped roof. It works well, actually. So we've got a flat parapet roof. We just did a simple inverse cap tile that goes around there. So it's one single row of that, nice and light and elegant. And it works out really pretty well. So that's our detail for that. If you pan back out, we at this point are still holding to be conservative. Ownership's not been able to discern the implications cost-wise, constructability, doing the insulation inside the roof versus a roof vent. We are looking at both conditions. We felt it was probably safer to show you a roof vent condition at the ridge tile. We're still hoping to fall back to that interior insulation of the roof so we don't have to have any venting. We just did this for today, don't have a technical solution. Sorry, we have a technical solution, we have a technical decision on what's the route to go as far as contractor and budget implications. That's why we've shown those two details, number 2 and 5 in there. Then you've already seen the other details for our eave conditions and our gable end conditions. So you can go to the next page, please. Chimneys. So as Bob said, we felt really, really good to arrive at this solution. There's variety. There's authentic or some good references to what we're trying to do in details, but we've also been able to simplify. The chimney number 5 looks super simple. It was actually pretty challenging technically to get to work, but it works. We got it work. We're confident. Everyone's signed off on how that's going to work. So we're going to have those. If you recall, on our roof deck and pool deck, we need to have our exhaust venting from below, and that's primarily where these started. And they've grown to other locations in the building as well. But these really work well because then with our chairs and the different landscaping and the umbrellas, it's going to really help to give life to that space. And these just become quiet kind of rhythm points along that roof deck. Upper left-hand side, number 8, that occurs only once in the project. That is above our kitchen for the 3-meal restaurant. That's actually going to be part of our kitchen exhaust. It just ended up being this fantastic location facing Chase Palm Park to get this split tiered double Bishop Peak chimney top like this.
And Kirk, our goal in this, and to all the commissioners, our goal is to bring the stucco back inside so you don't see a 1-inch facade. So I've seen lots of bad examples of this in Santa Barbara. We want to make sure we bring the stucco back inside and make it feel like it's a masonry and not a metal cap.
Yep, and that's what we have in our details. So we can go to the next page, please. The column details. We did make some revisions. Chairperson Grumbine, as you talked about columns before, the whole team with Bob, we went back and we really standardized a lot of the language of our columns. And if the column got taller, we just scaled up what those proportions were. These are the finals. This is straight out of our Revit model. As you know, we have columns in many different locations and different conditions. Everything from detail number 1 with a smaller, shorter, up to detail number 5 where we're getting bigger and wider. But the great thing is we've been able to keep a common language as far as what the capital is, the base condition, and the engagement of guardrails to either side. So we reviewed this before. It's been simplified now and been a little bit more robust also as far as our sizing, per the comments from the commission before. Next page, please.
We also altered the, sorry.
That's okay. Go on.
The corbels on top. At one time, it was a single curve. Yes, now it's a double curve. Having looked at this for many weeks now, we think this is the right solution. I think what we had before that is a single curve didn't look right, and there's many historic examples of this. So we like this solution. Just a simple detail, a little bit nicer, I think, than what we had last time. So
yes, we appreciate the commission calling that out to us because it did give us a chance to circle back and really evaluate. And we feel very comfortable now that it's a little bit more elegant, not quite so heavy, but also appropriate. Our arcade on the top, looking back in the courtyard with the chamfered edges, only in the courtyard side, and the motor court approach, as Bob said, totally unique condition by having the end wall having just that capital wraparound, no columns. So we get that trace line still carries across the whole arcade. Next page, please. Our engaged pilasters on the west side facing Chase Palm Park. Looking through the proportions of that to get the still to read as our true column language. The section number 4, that column cap actually returns back into the guest room veranda. So the guest will see a true column cap that returns back in, terminates at the demising wall. And then our tile inset field between the 2 pilasters carries the datum of the adjacent verandas. And that'll be lined up in lines so that our fenestration, the window opening with its end tile piece, creates a nice light frame. And all the tile then lines up on that. So the proportions are going to turn out just like this. We've got all those alignments, not oddly cut tiles at the window. Of course, the window is inset as the plan shows below. Next page, please. We've gone through this before, typical thick wall stairs for the stairs and the embedded pots, which we're happy with that. Go ahead, next page, please. Trellis work. Our detail in detail number 4, we do know that previously the commission had asked for us to have I think a kerf joint for that flashing. We can have that. As Bob said, we like having the non-nominal shaped timbers. Excuse me. And we'll get flashing on top of it to help protect and extend the life cycle of that piece of timber and the next one above. So the beam plus the purlin above that. But that detail having the flashing flip out is not correct. We're going to be able to return that back in as a curved joint. Solid columns. And next page, please. I want to show you the fireplace. Yeah. So at our motor court entrance, we have an exterior fireplace, interior, same location and plan. They basically back up. The firebox size is not finished yet. We think we're in the right zone, but as you know, with the wood burning fireplace, we have to be careful about the sizing. We think we've got it right. The elevation you're seeing above is from the motor court looking forward. We're kind of splitting the arcade. There ghosted lines of the arcade arches beyond. And we play with the proportions compared to what you saw last time. This is a little bit more elegant now. We kind of compress the top, not so fat and squatty. And then with a nice paver pattern, that herringbone that's inside the actual firebox itself, that's set up just off the floor. again, the final sizes, it might grow 2 or 3 inches. We'd love to get a little bit bigger, but that's going to depend on also just the mechanics of how that gets to flow right. But it'll be backed up then into the lobby. Same firebox, same chimney and fireplace composition on the inside of the lobby. I believe that's the end of our pages. Go to the next. I think there's no further pages to go through. Yeah, so that was a quick walkthrough. Again, I passed over the details you've seen before. I wanted to focus on things that are newer that we revised per your comments. And as Suzanne said at the beginning, we're very happy with the design. I think Bob's very happy with the design. Ownership is very happy with the design. We hope you are too, so that we can then move forward and hopefully show you the material palette now if we're ready to move on to that. And to the city, it's just a single page PDF. There we go. Bob, I'll let you go through that. Yeah.
Thank you. So I have, I'm sure you have all been involved in many more Santa Barbara roofs than I have. I've had a chance to work on tile roofs in Spain and the Canary Islands and Puerto Rico, Curacao, South America, Central America, historic haciendas in Mexico, but I've only done two roofs in Santa Barbara. And I've been involved in many mock-ups. And as you saw on that last page of the comparative elevations, I think one of the nicest roofs to inspire our roof is that section of the county courthouse. And I need to grab something here. So I love this roof. And I worked a long time. This is actually my own house. The picture in the center is my own house, and it is a roof tile where the top has a pebble finish, and it's also flashed, which makes it not look bright orange day one. In fact, these are quite deep in color. I'm looking at them right now out my window, and they are also. And what I think is so important on this roof is to really push the cap tiles together, so you see very little of the bottom tile. There's a wonderful house up on East Mountain Road, which looks like it's about to fall down, but it has the most beautiful roof. And to me, it's beautiful because they're all pushed together. It's been repaired over time. This roof, we want to propose about 25% boosting. We want to stagger the edges. And also, as I just said, push them together. If you push it together, it just looks so much more nice to me. And you will see this roof when you're on the pool deck. You will look down on the Calle Cesar Chavez wing, looking southeast. You will absolutely see these roofs. So we love this roof. Would love for you to consider this. I'm happy if you want to see my house, because it took me a long time to get here. 37 years of mock-ups, and again, I think this is right for this hotel. It's not an orange perfect roof, and again, took a long time to do many mock-ups to get here. The plaster, which is so awful in this photograph, this is also my house. I love this plaster. I've seen so many new buildings in town that have this sort of greenish tint under the white. This actually is plaster. There's nothing added to it. There's no colors added to it. It slightly changes over time because they're all the new plaster materials, but again, no added color. It's steel troweled finish. Obviously, we have all the corners detailed in our drawings. And I'm happy to have you see this too. The pictures here just do not do this justice. So I love those two things. We can talk about this more, but we want to put a whole board together for you. We have, we're getting all our canvas samples, our portiere samples, our cabana samples. They all work together. Don't worry, it's not black and white stripes, which I know you don't like. But it's very nice and subtle, and we would like to present the whole picture to you. But I'm hoping you can consider this roof, number 4 on here, as well as this plaster sample. Again, happy to show you my house. Took many years to get it right, but I'd like to copy it for this building, this hotel. So, you want to talk about the rest of these now, or wait, do the whole thing at once? Can I say one thing?
You mean materials? Are you talking about the rest of these materials, or what rest of which?
The rest of these materials. I just want to say one thing. The encaustic tiles on here, I don't think they're right colors, but we do like the slightly faded tile and not bright colors. We like the faded tile. It seems to work well with the interiors and the client's vision for this, to have a little bit more, not so bright and not so flashy. The number 2 on here are, you might remember this from the very first time I ever presented this building, the undersides of all these deep terraces, you will absolutely see these ceilings. If you're going to save money, you'll do it out of stucco, and it looks terrible. What we'd like to do is this board-on-board technique, which I've done before. And when you look up, you'll see the texture of these boards. It gives the feeling of beams. We'd like to keep this light. We don't have any dark stain on this anywhere, so we'd like to keep this wood light. The gutters and downspouts, we are working to find a color that can work with all this and be inspired by copper color, which I'm also looking at out my window here, which will take some time. And of course, the windows and doors, the deep bronze color for that. Again, I just want to say that these caustic tiles aren't quite right, so I hope you don't reject it by looking at these samples, because I know we can get the right tiles that will work well with the materials of this hotel. So that was too long. That was not 20 minutes.
At least you tried. Okay. All right. Does that complete your presentation?
We have more if you want. We could talk for an hour if you want. Sorry.
Okay. So that completes your presentation.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. There. All right. Sounds good. Okay. So now we'll open public comment. Any member of the public wishing to comment, please raise your hand using this method.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, if you're joining us by webinar, please raise your hand if you wish to speak on this item by clicking the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel, and I'll call on you. I see that Brian Kernall's hand is up, but it was up for a while, and I'm guessing it was just a question. So yeah, it looks like you just put it back down. I'll unmute you, Brian. Just could you confirm your audio is live right now? Did you want to speak, or do you want to, or we're just wait? You're on deck for the next project.
I'm just on deck.
That's what I thought. Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised, so I'll ask Pilar if there was written comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gukinda. And Mr. Chair, we received one written correspondence from Paulina Khan. So I just ask you to acknowledge that for the record. Thank you.
All right, it is acknowledged. All right, okay. So with that, let's go to the board for questions. Considering our time, hold on one second. Sorry, yeah, Commissioner Drury, one moment. Just considering our time, we'll try to go work through this fairly quickly, and let's work through questions and then on to comments. Okay, Commissioner Drury.
Okay. Yes, I was wondering about the balconies. What is the standard connection point from the balcony to the wall? Isn't it sort of isn't there like a wrought iron medallion generally? It doesn't, or am I mistaken?
Can we answer?
Yeah, please.
There's not. It's hidden. If you look at all the old buildings in Spain, where I've done some projects, it's always hidden behind the plaster, and we've done that here. Gensler and Kirk and his team did that, and I think it's a much better detail than having big plates on the wall. It's not as easy, but I think it looks better.
Thank you very much. That's my question.
All right, Commissioner House, question?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I wasn't aware this was going to be so close to a final approval set of plans, so I did not go through them with a fine-tooth comb, and I would like to do that. And I'm also thinking we could spend another hour with questions and comments, even if we partially got into it. So I'm wondering if it might be advisable to keep it very elemental and not really dive into details today and postpone that till 2 weeks from now or something like that.
Is there anything, Ms. Plummer, is there anything, I would tend to want to at least push through and try to give them, we have, let's see, we have one other project, correct? And I would say rather than pushing them another 2 weeks, I mean, they're going to Planning Commission, they're going to be coming back. I think if we can at least keep it we could probably do a broader brush stroke if there is, and we're not necessarily needing to make every single little, nut and bolt change or recommendation, but at least hit on the major ones that if there's things that we're still not happy with or have some general comments for. So give them some direction, because it sounds like they're going to Planning Commission and then they're going to be coming back here anyways. And they're going to have to, I'm sure that there's going to be stuff that we're going to be wanting them to change or whatever, adjust. So especially coming back for final. So I think we should at least give them try to keep it more broader brushstroke, but try to give them some feedback as to what seems to be working, what isn't. So at least get them closer to final.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drury.
Yeah, on that
Yes,
point, we have not given them project design approval. Is that correct?
No, we have, and we've given them
before.
And we've given them a revised project. Yes.
Okay, that's clears something up.
So,
thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, and then we did and they had to come back for some changes that were big enough that needed to get additional approval. So this is, it could, in theory, we've had projects come back multiple times, many times before they got final. So there's nothing forcing us that it has to be final next time or nothing. So I think if we give them some direction on areas that we still see need work, I think that'll be good, and give quick comment on areas that they have changed that seem good or not. And we'll probably try to make a short list of those things and get everyone to put their comments in based on that. So.
And then, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to remind the commission, I'm sure you're all aware, that for final approval, we're looking at substantial conformance with what was granted project design approval. So that's the overall site plan and the larger components of the project. And final approval is narrowing down all the detail elements. So if there's any outstanding large details that the commission wants changed before this project comes back, I would definitely be incorporating those in your comments today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so let's charge through with questions, and then we'll get and then I think we'll be, with those answers, we'll be able to get a number of elements that we want feedback on, and I'll list off those elements and then get each of you to weigh in on those so we can kind of get a quick pass at everything. All right, Commissioner Mahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question I have is, maybe it's a question for staff, but I don't think it's appropriate to approve a color board and a materials board looking at it on the TV screen. I think we need to see the real thing like we always saw it on the table. Now, it might be that we can delegate that to one or two commissioners. And they could leave the color board on a park bench or something, and then the two commissioners could come along with the masks on. And I'm just teasing, but I think we need to really look at that for real. And that how staff can manage that, I don't know, but that's a question that I think needs to be considered.
Mr. Chair, and to Commissioner Mahan, we would likely look into some kind of option like that prior to the next meeting and set something up with not the whole commission, but like you said, one or two commissioners that will look for it and respond to the rest of the commission. I think that would be the most appropriate. I do understand what you're saying about seeing the color board in person and how that can change how colors appear. So that's definitely warranted. But we want to be safe about it.
Usually we delegate that to Commissioner Drury and maybe our chair. The two of those could look at those and make us feel comfortable.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that, Mr. Chair and Mr. Commissioner Mahan. It depends on which park and which bench.
Yeah. If there's a bottle in a bag, a paper bag with a bottle next to it.
But seriously, I'd be happy to volunteer for that. And I would welcome Chair Grumbine as a partner there.
Thank you.
That sounds good. I'm colorblind, but that's okay.
Oh, God.
All right. So, okay, well, it sounds good that we'll need to work out some details on that.
Okay.
All right, so let's keep going with questions. And commissioners with questions, please turn your cameras on and we will charge through. Okay, so I do have some questions that we'll need to kind of, Commissioner Vanek, why don't you fire away? Oh, I don't think your audio's on. We still can't hear you. Oh, okay. Okay, so I had some questions, and it is getting to the details a bit, but I think this way we can give some good direction. Okay, so on the this elevation it shows it is the train side with the niches. How deep are those balconies? That's my first question. The ones that the five that are corresponding to the arches now. How deep off the wall are those Juliet balconies or those balconies?
Hi, this is Kirk from Gensler. I just brought my camera up. Yeah, those are our typical 1'6" balconies, and it's an 8-inch recess from the plaster face back into where the tile is.
Okay. And what are the rectangles, the white rectangles in the middle of the arches?
It's an indication of a possible tile change. We haven't designed that. Obviously, we'll show it to you before we do, or after we do. Yeah, completely the same tile. It's supposed to be something interesting, as you saw in the photograph of the Marjorie Luke Theater.
And actually, what page was that on, or can you pull that up as your reference? Because I'm trying to think back to it now. The image was it on a different PDF?
The comparative elevations that had the photo that we're trying to see, Chairperson Grumbine, for those arches.
Yeah, that's right. With the inspiration.
It's going to be page 8 of this PDF, or 7. It's quite a ways down there.
Okay. So.
One more. There we go. And the photos off to the side there.
Okay. Okay. So something sort of decorative as well in there. Okay. All right. Next question was the grills above that. You said you thought that you could make those smaller, possibly.
So, can I talk? So
yeah,
the ones with approved elevations seem way too big to me, given the scale of the arches below. They don't look right. They look like they're way too heavy for the tiny arches. Working with Kirk and his team, we reduced the size of those, as you can see in the elevation below. I think we could slightly pull the arches down and give a little bit more wall space between the pierced screen and the arches. So, but I think this is much better proportionally than what was approved as far as the proportions.
But the grills themselves, you need that much space, or you need, and can they go any higher?
They cannot. I can answer that part. They cannot go higher. We're up into our structure, our edge beam.
That's what I thought. I remember seeing this section that it was okay.
Yeah.
And so, and shape-wise, could they go wider?
They could.
Go ahead, Bob.
But I think
go ahead.
Better make them thinner than the arches below.
Gotcha.
We were also following the pattern of just those squares as they're at a 45, making sure we get the right module. If we want more,
you
more
got a
module,
full complete.
Yeah, it gets a bit fatter.
Gotcha. Okay. Let's see. The freestand. Okay, so then the freestanding square columns for the trellis. What was your inspiration for those? And I'm not sure what the I'm not sure what the page number was that they were on, but I remember. Did you have an imagery that you were?
The second last page of the other set, not the comparative elevation, so the main HLC submittal set.
Yeah.
Second to last page. There you go.
Yeah. So what was that being inspired from? Because I remember when they were freestanding with no capital, they were round. And I think you can look at Music Academy of the West. Or plenty of others, and look at like just a shaft with emphasis as a precedent. But the square with no capital, where is that coming from?
So in the very beginning, they were precast columns, and they were very similar to the column out in my backyard here, which is precast and then sandblasted, and it seemed too fussy to me. And this was inspired by something I've never shown you, which is a trellis right by my house. It's not at my house, it's the house behind my house. And it's the trellis at I I can never say this, outrageous. The Bertram Goodhue house, people know as a Scarface house, and it has these really simple columns, really simple members above. It was inspired by these sizes that were inspired by that. And we're hoping to keep it this simple and not get it too fussy. And again, grow things on here and have it sort of go away.
Okay. All right. Let's see. If you can go to page 28 of this, I think it's this PDF. Let's see, yeah, there we are. Those curl brackets, wrought iron brackets, where was that inspiration? Do you have that photograph or no?
Is it the top or the bottom?
Actually, either one. Oh, I see you're saying. You're saying the bracket that supports. No, actually the top curl, the stiffener, the wrought iron stiffener.
It's from actually Brian Cornell's building. Hi, Brian. The Edward Blanca building on the Wells Fargo building on Anacapa. It's facing the courthouse, and it was inspired by the Biltmore spirals. Look a little bit crazy to me. It's much more like the building on Anacapa.
Okay, thanks. All right, and I think that was it for my questions. All right, so any other questions from any other commissioners? Right, so with that, let's go into comments. Anyone want to kick us off? Oh, and actually, so let's, I want to go over several topics that, if we can pull up the elevations, I want to give a little short list here of topics to weigh in on / discuss and to give direction. So let me just, I want to start with key elements that we brought up last time, but I have my list off to the side here. So let me just, okay. Okay, so let's start with one to discuss is the cabana, rooftop cabana idea. Another is the roof venting, which has been part of the discussing the roof vent. The columns in general, and also the arches, columns and arches, and the general approach so far. This isn't to say that we have to have every detail, but I think that at least as long as we're getting some decent comment and direction on where we're seeing things landing. If there is specific details that people want to mention, by all means, but to Commissioner House's point, we don't need to absolutely have every single little detail cranked out, because I think that would be too many. Let's see, the balcony floor approach. So now that we're seeing the designs of the balconies, I guess we could just say balconies in general, including the tile approach to the floor of them. Let's see. Oh, we'll go. Let's go materials board as well. So materials and making sure to weigh in on the materials and what your thoughts are on those, including the encaustic tile. Let's see. And of course, we know that knowing that we're going to be judging the materials and colors via a real board, just as initial thoughts. Let's see. So the treatment of the wall at the railroad side that we're calling, for lack of other verbiage. So the wall with the five arches and that wall treatment. Okay. The wrought iron in general, sticking with 1/2 inch as opposed to 3/4 inch. That was one of our comments. and also the wrought iron. Well, I guess we'll talk about the balconies. Maybe we'll just lump all that together: balconies, wrought iron, etc. For the railings as well. Okay, and then the adjustments that were mentioned in terms of the various tweaks of windows and doors and the other minor adjustments, but the adjustments that were mentioned. If you have any strong opinions about one way or the other, how those pieces have been playing out. And then the chimneys was another. So the chimney solutions of removable metal cap and the designs that they've come up with. And then we'll just throw as well, if there is any issues with the section through with the arched openings and that whole thing that we requested them to do. So if we have comments on that section as well, and then we'll just do a catch-all with any additional comments. And so I'll just maybe because there's so many, but we'll want to keep it fast charge. I'll just run through each one of these with you, and then if you're the same answer as someone else, then just tell us, and then add the last part could be the catch-all of any other concerns or any other things that you're seeing that you want to give direction on. So, all right, who wants to be up first?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner House. All right.
I was actually going to request that we go to the comparative elevations PDF and just go page by page, and I just make the comments that I had on each of those pages, also keeping in mind the list that you just gave. Is that okay?
Okay, sounds good. Let's do that.
Okay. I don't think I had any comments on this page. If we could go to the next one. Well, while I think of it on the wall pots, and of course we saw it better when we were zoomed in, which you don't need to do right now, but on the previously approved, the wall pots seem to rise proud of the top of the wall that they're set in, as is also shown in the reference picture. But in the new elevations, they really seem like they were flush top. And I like the idea of the wall pots breaking up that long line by having a rise to them. Also, I guess on the previous page was the first time we saw an inkling of the cabana. If we go back to page 1 briefly. Yeah, on the upper right, I guess that was the cabana. I was wondering what the heck is that? But now that we know that's the cabana. My comment on that was I was wanting to understand the extent of it better, because we haven't really seen the roof floor plan again and have it explained exactly what the extent of that is. I kind of like the concept of it. It's kind of beachy, which is certainly appropriate here. Maybe a perspective illustration next time around to give us a better idea of what you'd see and from where. Okay, if we go to page 3. I don't think I had any issues. Oh, yes, is this where there? Yeah, okay. So here's where I need to redeem my good name, because I don't think I said to take out those 2 windows. And in fact, the minutes say they should be studied. I think there was more of an issue of the size and the placement of them. It just didn't seem right. So what you've done looks fine to me. Next page. I don't think this is, no comments on this one. Next page. Okay, on the proposed elevation where the balconies are the same width as the arched openings, I am not totally understanding that, but I certainly like the appearance of the previously approved version. So that's something I need to be convinced on. Next page. I'm fine with what you did with the change to the fenestration behind those arches. I think that's a nice change. Next page. I don't think I have any comment on this one. Next page. Next page. I'm fine with what you're proposing. I'm fine with the scale of the plaster vent detail above and being mindful of the fact that those are hard lines and they're not going to appear as prominent as that. So I think they will be a lot more recessive. I agree with you, a little bit more breathing room between the top of the arch and the stucco vents would be appropriate. I like the concept of the tile and pretty much just as illustrated in the reference photo, though I like the molding at the spring line in the reference photo. And I think that would be a nice touch to give a little shadow texture to this elevation. And I think, well, I guess there's a couple more pages, so let's just go see what those are. I don't think I had any comments on this one. Next page. And no comments on this one. So to address the other comments, the roof vent, and I assume you're talking about the ridge vent where they were still working out the technical question.
Yeah.
I would really need to be convinced of what that looks like to just see an open space underneath those ridge tiles instead of mortar. So the jury's still out on that. Columns, I like what you've done. I think you've addressed what we asked. Arches, I don't have any further comment on that. The balconies, the floors, and the ironwork, I like what you've done. We asked you to study it. You did. I think the proportions are lovely, and the simplicity is fine with me. I like the basic concept of the tile choice. I even like the specific ones you showed because I think it's appropriate that they're more muted and more Spanish looking than Mexican tile with the brighter colors. So I think that's a lovely concept, and I think the sizes of the iron pieces are fine, and especially where you've rotated them, it gives the sense of a little more heft. As far as the materials, I would also like to be included in reviewing the color board, if you don't mind. And
I don't know.
I have a concern about the gutter, right? What we're looking at looks like it's a factory finished gutter, and you know that would be an issue both with whatever kind of sheen it has and how perfect it is. So I would rather see it hand painted if it's not copper. Or if it is going to be factory finish, it really needs to be close to a matte finish, so there isn't any reflection off of it. The railroad side I already addressed. The chimneys, I like what you've done with them. I understood your detail of what you called the spandrel panel, but I'm wondering if you could direct us to what elevation to look at to see where it is we're looking at that.
Sorry, for which one was that you're talking about?
Remember, there was a detail that above the glazing system, there was brake metal out of the same material and color that kind of acted like a big header over. There were tall arched openings, I think, and they were glazed on 2 floors, maybe. But I think there was a guardrail above the glazing, and so I wasn't clear on where that was. While we're on this page, let me make one comment on that fireplace. I don't know if the CBC is different than the CRC, but last time I attempted to use a zero clearance wood burning fireplace in a residence that was shot down because of new rules, and only actual masonry built fireplaces can be wood burning. Otherwise they have to be sealed combustion units with glass fronts and stuff. So I would look into that. Okay, so there's just the question of that spandrel, if we can find that. Our applicants are not responding.
Sorry, this is Kirk again. So I'd be happy to. If that comment phase we can't answer back, I apologize for that. That's
yeah.
The right element.
Sometimes commissioners slip into questions. We'll
be happy to help.
We'll open them back up.
Yeah, HLC's page 9 and HLC submittal set in the set you're in. That's the detail. Go to page 8. So on the top elevation, Commissioner Howes. I'm sorry, no, next page down. You were just there. There we go. Top elevation right there. The 3 center arches. That spandrel panel is at level 2 floor line. It's kind of behind the trellis beam line.
Okay.
It's kind of tough to
All
see
right,
here.
so it's hardly noticeable.
Correct.
All right, that's the end of my questions.
Okay, and your comments too? Okay, great.
Yes.
All right, who's up next? Commissioner Mahan. Oh, still can't hear you.
Mr. Mahan, if you just unmute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon.
I have a frozen picture of him.
His camera froze.
Yeah. All right. Well,
let's see. I'm going to try one more time, but it looks like we lost him for just a minute. You might want to keep moving.
Yeah, we'll circle back to him. Commissioner Lendick, you're up. You want?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
May I speak?
Well, let's get your comments. Go for it.
Well, they're very brief. I agree with Commissioner House's comments. I do have a question about the railroad side elevation, and there was this discussion about exactly the spacing above the arches of those stucco screens.
Mm-hmm.
And so
can you go to those elevations real fast? I'm not sure which elevation it is.
I think, is it 9? Maybe? No.
There we go. Bottom.
Yeah.
You can zoom in to the third.
So it seems to me that they just seem, there's not a whole lot of wiggle room, obviously. And it seems like they're almost right. But I think they should be raised. Oh my goodness, I don't even know the dimensions, but it seems like there should be a little more space between the top of the arch and the bottom of the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in there.
Gotcha.
In there. That's really my only criticism. Otherwise, I think I like the lamps. I like the placement of the lamps. I think there was one that is underneath an arch, actually in the interior space. I thought that's going to cast a really lovely light. Altogether, I think this is being massaged toward final approval. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Lendick.
Thank you, Chair. In looking at the roof plan, I don't really see, as you or someone else mentioned, I don't really see where the awnings or whatever you're going to call them are. The cabana screening is. I don't really see where it is in plan, and therefore I don't know how much I will see it in reality when you look at the exterior elevations. However, go to 9. Your 9 again. So I look at that and I say, how does the Planning Commission decide that now we've got so much going on up there that it's not another floor? I mean, if that cabana is, screening is within 2, 3, 4 feet of the exterior wall, then why isn't that considered another building wall and part of the 4th floor or whatever, which they are exceeding by going above their red line? So I think it's a question that we may not be concerned about, but it's a question that they may be concerned about. Okay, so I want to proceed beyond that, and I agree with you on the, or maybe you haven't made the statement. The columns on the trellis structure. I can see, I understand where the architect has found his example, but I would say that that example is really something which is kind of okay on a residential structure, but on a formal kind of building like we have right here, I think that you need a column capital. Others may agree or disagree. On my own home, I have a column very similar to this, to what they're doing. And it's residential in character, but I don't think it is necessarily appropriate or good on this larger commercial structure. So I would hope that the architect gives some additional thought to his capital-less column top. The other thing, and Mr. Mahan identified this last time we talked. I don't have the PDF page number, but it's A8.160. A8.160. So it's probably down around 25 or so. I have my iPad here, but it's not running right now, so I can't give you that number. A8160, going a little further. And what Mr. Mahan said last time was that the handrails extending across the top of the wall for, you know, like on that detail on the upper left there, well, any of them, those little thin or not very tall kinds of handrail are very, very non-traditional. And I can understand why the architect's trying to accomplish something with that to pick up view, but it's also very non-traditional. It just is something which I don't think that Mr. Mahan, if he was alive and well today, would support. We may find that Mr. Mahan comes back to life in the near future and let him comment on it. He may find it acceptable, but I just look at that detail and don't think it is really appropriate. Also, the detail of the parapet railing, and I don't know what page it's on. Go up or down here. You see the parapet railing detail. Yeah, not there. Not there. Oh, go back one. I want to ask the architect, Mr. Glazier. He showed us a picture of the tile roof on his own house. And that tile roof had a mortar stack supporting the ridge tile. But, so that roof was accomplished, its ventilation was accomplished in some manner that we're not going to see on this building here. And I really don't think that this little bit of tile balancing itself on top of the ridge riser is good architecture. And I think that he's got to find a way, if ventilation is a problem, he's got to find a way that solves the ventilation problem elsewhere. I'd rather see dormers or a lot of other things than to see the ridge tile on its riser not having a mortar support, concrete support. So I'm not supportive of what I see right there in that detail. Now let's go and see if we can find the parapet wall railing detail 4 on whatever sheet it's on.
Thank you for that page turning sound effect.
Go back one at the very bottom. Now below that bottom detail up there. So last time I commented on the top rail, and my comment was that you really should find a traditional shape for that top rail as opposed to a piece of flat stock or tube. And I don't know if you can see this or not.
No. Oh, a little higher. There we go. Little more. There we go.
So there is a Julius Bloom extruded piece of steel top rail. And that Julius Bloom number is either 4429 or 4428. That is traditionally mounted on your structural top bar. And I would really encourage you to look into that and find that traditional detail. You commented earlier that you preferred to have some variety in the tradition, but I think some cases variety is not desired. And if you go back to A141, go up one sheet here, A141. So what you see here is the bracket with a curl at the wall and a reverse curl at the top. That is really, really traditional. And the one below it, if I can see it, that's the thing. Go to A8 143 or 144. So can you zoom in? So here you have the upper portion of this bracket just dying straight in. And while I saw that in one of your photographs, I believe, that is not what I would call a traditional termination of the bracket at the bottom of the balcony. And I would strongly recommend that you use the one that is on A141, which is, I think it's 140, yeah, which has the reverse curl at the top. Very, 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 very appropriate and traditional. And you're not going to wander around the building and praise the architect for finding a variety in brackets. I think someone who's knowledgeable is going to wander around the building and say, that is really a traditional bracket, and he's used it throughout. It really works. So I would really encourage you to not go to the brackets you show on 143 and 144, which are straight, or even have the curl going in both directions. You have that as well. I would encourage you to use the bracket type that you show right here. On A149, go down A149, right there, the upper left hand. You've got to find another solution to terminating the rail at that molded base detail. This is very, very, very uncomfortable and not traditional. I don't know what you do there, put a piece of blank wall there or whatever, but to have that shaped metal rail at that point really does not work. And I would encourage you to find another solution for that. I will let that go. This is a really well done building, and I've picked it apart again. And I bet you go home at night and just really ticked off at me for making the comments that I make. But those, I think, are important details. And I would hope that if Mr. Mahan has reconstituted himself, that he would maybe support me on some of those and add to it. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Vena.
I like what's been said, but my question is, how or did I miss the wall along the railroad track, facing the railroad track that we talked about the last time? Has that been embellished or left alone, or
yeah,
what?
that was tweaked. Let's go to that. If we can go to that rendering page, because we had the perspectives as well. I think if we zoom in, I think that'll help with the colored rendering perspectives of it. I'm not sure which sheet, not that one. Not that one. Not that one. No.
Going the wrong direction. It's towards the end. I think it's 2 pages. It's probably 9. There you go.
Oh, good one, Commissioner House. You've been looking at this project for a long time. Can you zoom into the bottom right just so that we have the comparisons of where it was and where it is now. Or where, I guess it's just where it is now. If you can zoom in a little more to those sketches as well, a little more. So those went from, Commissioner Vena, those three arches went from doors to tile work now. They still have the balcony and they have a tile work surround pattern, and they're proposing a central pattern of tile work that's in the inside. And then they've adjusted slightly the grills, the plaster grills above as well, the mechanical grills. And then they're showing them with foliage and without, with the tree there.
Okay. Okay. I'm not too sure I understand it, but I think I was talking about from the railroad looking towards the facility, towards the hotel.
You were talking about the property line wall, weren't you?
Yes, that is correct.
Oh,
It was over the
from
property
way at
line
the beginning.
wall.
Yeah.
And it's a long blank wall that runs a property line against the tracks.
Yeah, would the applicant want to weigh in on where we might look at that? That was a comment from before. It's basically the dashed line that we're not seeing.
Hi, this is Kirk from Genso. I'd be happy to answer. That's correct. The property line wall is not in this package. It will be in the landscape package that we show you next session. We have gone through that. We've got details for that. There will be planting, Commissioner Vena, on the property side, on the hotel side, right along that strip, along our actual access road. Then the wall is there, and the landscape will work with the wall. As far as the wall pattern or details, we don't have that right now to show you in this set.
Okay.
I'll look forward to it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's it.
Any other questions or any other comments, Commissioner Vena?
Not at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Other commissioners that want there, Commissioner Mahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to comment that while I stepped down on this project the last time you reviewed it, I have watched it on television. I very much agree with Commissioner Lenvik about the corbels on top of the columns. I think that's just not right. It doesn't feel good, and it isn't right.
Wait, hold on, Commissioner Mahan. I just want to confirm. When you say corbels, do you mean the plaster shaped corbels on top of the column?
A plaster shape that sort of is like a bracket on top of a column.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if Commissioner Lenvik brought up that one, but can we go to that detail page? Because that was going to be one of my comments. So let's discuss that as well. If we can go to keep going to the balconies that with the plaster columns with the core there. Oh, go back. Maybe. No. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, go back.
I think you went by it.
Yeah, I think so too. There's a flash. Next one. There. If you can zoom in there on the upper level columns there. Is that the corbel you're talking about? That plaster?
Yes, that's what I call a corbel or a bracket. I mean, it appears like a bracket, and that's the kind of a shape you would see over a wooden column. I just don't think it works. It works for the capital. That's really a Greek or Roman of Roman origin, and maybe just a simple arch would be okay. I rather than suggesting something, I think it's appropriate for the architect to draw it different ways and see what works out. But that doesn't strike me as right. And I agree also with Mr. Lenvik that the pergola columns need a capital, and that without it they're not quite right. I think that let's see, on those fireplaces, Commissioner House, commented on them, whether they're appropriate, whether they're legal or not. But I think that that the above the firebox or above of where a mantle would normally be, I think it should taper back. I think that they go straight to the ceiling is going to be oppressive, and that they normally when you get a little bit above the firebox, the chimney or the whatever you call it, the cowl starts to taper back. I think that would be a nicer, friendlier. I'm always torn by these huge pieces of architecture that really appear like a village. When I think of the courthouse is really a castle, and it appears that it was all done by one king, but this is more like a village, and it concerns me that all of the windows should be the same color. I would ask the architect to give that consideration, that maybe there should be more than one color to the windows. I know that when we approved the project along Sola Street, we all agreed that it was really a village and that it should have different colors to the windows rather than all be the same. So that's something that I think the architect should give consideration to. Generally speaking, I think this is a beautiful building, and it's been very carefully thought out, and I compliment the architect for all of the work that he's done and all of the research that he's done, and it certainly is going to be ready for a final approval soon.
Okay.
So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Mahan. All right, anyone else want to add any more comments?
Of course.
No, you ran out. You used up all your comment time.
While we are on this page, what struck me about what Commissioner Mahan is calling the corbels, I just felt it was two connected half circles or partial circles, and it just didn't seem quite like the right proportions to me, and it was too horizontally elongated. And that might be one approach to just bring that in. It just is reaching out so far. And then I'm glad Commissioner Lendvik dove into the issue of the short height railing above the pony wall there. And I think that's entirely the wrong way to go about it. I'm not sure where I've seen what I'm thinking of. It might be the courthouse tower, which I think has just a flat bar for the top rail. I've certainly seen that plenty of times, and I personally don't have a problem with that. But also, I think the bottom rail sits right on top of the stucco. Sometimes you might even see the pickets go into the plaster and not have a bottom rail. So of course there's a rust and waterproofing issue, but I think having that 4-inch space is what really makes it look not traditional and not successful. It just ends up too squat. So I think that's a place to explore.
Okay, Commissioner Mahan.
One other thing that I wanted to comment on, and that's the chimney cowls that are side by side, like two nuns walking along with, and they're the same height. Usually when there are two cowls on chimneys, one is higher than the other, and and lots of times the one cowl is turned perpendicular to the other one, and it goes into the side of the chimney. There's a really good example on the southeast corner of the Arlington Theater that the architect should go and look at. There's two chimneys there, and they're beautifully done. I mean, two chimney cowls, and that might be something that needs to be looked at. Thank you.
Come on.
Okay. All right. So let me attempt to summarize these key points here. So in all, I think that everyone is seeing this favorably, getting close to final. something for that could be ready for final approval. Commissioner Vena, did you have something to add before?
I just want to ask him a question. Is it possible to get a hold of the landscape plans and specifications and so forth so I can review them prior to their presentation the next time so that I can digest them a little bit better? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, and then to Commissioner Vena, we require the applicant to submit plans a week in advance, and then they're posted online well in advance of the meeting. So I'll send those to you in advance so you can look at them before the meeting.
Very good, thank you.
All right, and so I guess that's a good point that these comments are for the architecture set only, the parts that we were reviewing today. Okay, so regarding the rooftop cabana, I think that, and I had a similar thought, we need to see it in perspective to understand it, what the views of it would be like from the different major public areas and walkways or major roads, and just to be able to understand how much of a visual impact they are. So that is just we need to see those studied in perspective or shown in perspective. The next was the ridge venting. I heard and I agree that the ridge vent, as shown without mortar, is definitely looks like it will not be acceptable. Is looking like it so far. So either being convinced otherwise we have to be either convinced otherwise. But it's as I'm understanding the detail, as others are understanding the detail, it's probably not going to be acceptable visually. So the next one was the columns and arches. The square columns with the pergola at the pergola need to have a column capital of some sort. It might even be something very simple, but just give some delineation of base, shaft, and capital, especially because they're square and they're very simple. And the plaster corbels, as well as part of the columns comment, the plaster corbels as proposed, and we can give it the sheet A8.160 in details 2, 4, and 6, or actually, we'll just say it for now, 2, 4, and 6, are still too reminiscent of a wood profile for the corbel, and need to be restudied or reworked. The railing on the same details, the short railing is not acceptable, and whether it's not acceptable as currently proposed and needs to be revised. And I think you heard the discussions of whether it could be dropped or whether the base of it is dropped, or other ways that might be able to get even still have some of that visual impact. But currently the design is not traditional and not acceptable at the shortest point, at the short points. And I would say, I would add to that it might also be that you drop your 30-inch height of, or whatever it was, the 24 30-inch height of the plaster. I don't think it's necessary that it is that, even if it does table height, but I get it. But it still might be that has to just come down a bit more to make the railing not look under sort of stubby, shall we say. Let's see, the balconies. So the wrought iron comments, so far they're very much improved, the balconies. It didn't seem that the sticking with half-inch seemed to be a sticking point for any of the commissioners. So I would say that we are in support of as the design, except for the top rail. There is split, and I could go either way. I know George Washington Smith often will do just a single flat bar, a flat rectangular and horizontal. However, he would also do his railings, and he'd also do half-inch on the pickets. But his railings are, in general, 24 inches or 30 inches most in terms of height. So because there's a taller proportion, I do think that there needs to be some sort of an increase in size and intricacy. And I think a great example is the courthouse tower, where the wrought iron there is probably the only 2-code railing built in the 20s, and it's actually above code. It's above 42 inches because it's proportioned to the entire structure, and so it's massive. The size of the wrought iron is sort of the biggest and most massive wrought iron that you'll find anywhere, and it's because it's being proportioned to the whole tower, which is a massive tower. So I do think if you do go up in scale height-wise, there also has to be some sort of a proportioning as well. And I think right now it's still a little bit on the light side. So one commissioner's suggestion was using a different top, and I could be fine either way, and I know another commissioner. So it's a bit split, but you heard the comments. But currently, though, that still needs the top railing still needs to be refined. And I would say actually add to it the bottom rail as well, because right now you have it as a simple rectangle piece, and it's a little heavy for being so simple. There would typically be some sort of a step in there, and so there's not even a step of a shadow line. It's not broken up at all. It's just one big, and you will see it from underneath as well, as sort of one big continuous band. And the examples that you showed us had either scallops or had some sort of other detail, and they won't just have a big flat band. So I think that needs to be refined in some way, even if it's just a simple square step. But I think it needs to be broken up in some way. So that's for the bottom of the balcony, needs to be broken up. The encaustic tile, okay, so enough to the materials board so far. We're going to look forward to reviewing it in person. The encaustic tile, we've had issues in the past with it, and it's been sort of, it's not traditional. It's sort of skirting that edge. So I think it's really going to depend on the samples. We have approved some before, but we've also denied others. So it's a little bit of a sort of right on the edge of depending on what the design really is and what the tiles really look like, whether that could be okay or approvable or not. So I would just have that little bit of a caution. Another point of caution that we need to look at is the gutters, and just making sure that they don't feel manufactured or sort of machined. And so I think a real sample of that, what it's going to be, is going to be important to kind of look at and really understand. Another material suggestion was to look at different colors for the windows, and having some possible variation, because there's being so much uniformity now. And as Commissioner Mahan has pointed out in terms of the village feel, I think that looking back to where when you first had a design approval for it, there were a lot more colors going on, a lot more material palette. Things have been simplifying, and elements have been simplifying along the way. But I think that this might be a way of keeping some variation and keeping some of that poetry, to look at least some variation in window color as well. Okay, the 5 arches at the train side wall, whichever the wall that was that we were discussing. One of the suggestions was to introduce a molding at the spring line, and I'm assuming that was in reference to sort of a capital, like a pilaster, similar to how you've done in other areas of the design, or give some sort of a shadow line with those arches. And then the other comment, and I agreed with as well, is if at all possible, it'd be nice to have more plaster above the arches, between the arches and the grills, and whether that means the grill has to come out a little bit, maybe a one module, and so it can come up, or however it gets worked out. But it does still seem a little bit tight, and it would be nice to have a little more plaster above the arches. The fireplace, let's see, one comment was that making sure that it is really a wood burning fireplace, if that's what's being proposed, that it's doable. And then the other comment was the taper having the chimneys taper as they go up above the fireplace opening. And then I would say the opening size is seeming a little on the small side. And so if there is a way of getting it to be a larger size opening, I think that'll be good as well. I can't remember if it's 3 foot or 3 for 6, but just proportionally, it looks a little small for that main of an area, or that public of an area. Let's see. The comment was made. I think in general there was support for the chimney changes that were done, and with the additional comment of the I believe it was the double bishop's hat. Turning. Commissioner Mahan was talking about turning one of the chimneys, and just to look at the Arlington Theater as a or a chimney right next to Arlington as an inspiration for that, and to consider. So consider that change. But in general, the other changes to the chimneys were not acceptable. And I think that is it for the comments. Any other things I missed?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner House?
Can't comment about light fixtures, but I think we ought to say that we're very pleased with the light fixture recommendations.
Okay, yep, we'll include that. All right, any other comments to add? All right, so this is looking for a motion with those comments and for an indefinite continuance, is that right? And to send it on to Planning Commission with those comments?
So moved.
Okay, all right, motion by House. Who's it second by?
Julio.
Okay, Julio. Commissioner Vena, second.
Yeah,
all right, under discussion. Any discussion? Okay, can we do a roll call vote?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I will begin the roll call vote. Vice Chair House?
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan?
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds?
Yes.
Commissioner Uli?
Yes.
Commissioner Drury?
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik?
Yes.
Commissioner Vena?
Yes.
Chair Grumbine?
Yeah.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so there's no appealable decision. Thank you for your project and continuing to improve on it. All right, so now we are on to item number 4. All right, there it is. 410 State Street, 27 East Gutierrez, 409 Kappa, and this is for conceptual review. And so this is a proposal to merge 3 parcels. The proposed development involves 84 rental units, averaging 620 square feet per unit, 4-story building on existing parking lot. And it's an AUD. Building with approximately 87,000 square feet, including 21,000 square feet of ground floor, consisting of parking garage, residential lobby, trash enclosure, transformer, and bicycle parking. The proposal includes 83 parking spaces in combination of surface parking and parking lifts. Planning Commission review is required for community benefit project exceptions to height limitations, a parking modification, and open yard modification. This is for concept review. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing. Consider the applicant's request to exempt the project from the requirements that story poles will be installed prior to Planning Commission concept review hearing per City Council resolution. Project was last reviewed on May 27th, 2020. All right, welcome. Ms. Plummer, did you have any comments before I read the comments from the
very beginning is that this is a simple, rational apartment building reminiscent of classic 1920s and 30s urban apartments that were built not only in our community, but in Spain and other places. So it's just very important to keep that in context. I hope at the end of this presentation that you all begin to see that this is actually an ideal location for this kind of massive building. But I can't hide the fact that it is 4 stories, and we need to start there. Peter Lewis, our client, couldn't be here today, and I'm sorry about that. And so I'll use this opportunity to talk about him a little bit since he isn't here. Peter and I have worked together since 1987, and one of our first projects was a mixed-use building right across the street on State Street at 419. Where Peter actually had a factory and a retail store, and we built housing units on the top of it for employees. He is passionate about providing housing. We've done a number of housing projects with him over these many years. There's a beautiful little project that Peter did right up from your house, Julio, at the end of Nopal on Anapamu that Peter did. He's done the loft projects in Carpinteria. And so bottom line, he's a very experienced developer. And we worked on this site for a couple of other developers actually to come up with concepts, and it never reached fruition. And when Peter decided to take a run at this, he concluded right off the bat that the only way it was feasible was to leave the existing buildings that were on the site and to build the new apartments on the parking lot. He also concluded that it needed to be 3 stories over podium, hence 4 stories. So, that is the context of this. After our last meeting, and Timothy, if we can, or Timmy, could we go to the context photos PDF first? Peter went around town after the hearing because he was a little frustrated and said, these classic buildings that we're talking about, whether they're hotels or apartments, they have this graciousness and beauty at the street, but they are very simple all around. And this is actually, this old Schooner Inn is a classic example of 3 stories over a base. This building is actually about 53 feet tall. Next slide. And you can just scroll through these, Timmy, kind of fast. We can see that the backs of these buildings are typically very simple. Next slide. Across the street in the 500 block from our office, modest facade, but very plain exterior. Keep going. The Lions building, this is actually 5 stories, exceeds 60 feet. And yet, when you look at the side of it, next slide, you can see it's a very plain building. That was the nature of what these buildings did in our own downtown. Next slide. The Baylor building by Julia Morgan, a beautiful example, this building being 58 feet tall. And by the way, when I look at this, and as we begin to look at our project, the difference, if this building if this came in at 58 feet and we ask it to be 54 feet or 51 feet or whatever, would it really make a difference is my question. Next slide, go around the back of it. It's very rational, simple building. Next slide, another downtown building that's fairly large that again, next slide, has very simple secondary elevations. And I'm not proposing something, by the way, as stark and simple as this. So let's go to the plans and talk about what we have done. I think we have worked on adding poetry. We have reduced the height slightly. We've eliminated the vehicular entrances on Gutierrez, and we've added articulation. Let's go to the plan sheet. The next slide, Timmy. So you know what the existing parking lot is, 75 spaces. Let's zoom in on that floor plan below, Tim, if we can. So what we have done is basically focused all of the circulation off of Anacapa, which is to your right on the screen. The other thing we've done is the separation between the the Staples building, what I'll call the Staples building, 410 State Street, and this building has become a paseo because we realized that we had an ingress-egress easement on the adjoining property. So that is a lovely space. And as a result of that, what we decided to do was add 2 units onto that paseo. The building is set back 10 feet from the property line. And our bike storage is accessed off of Gutierrez, as well as obviously the main lobby. We have other utility functions. We have to relocate a transformer and whatnot. And we've planned this scheme now so that all the residential parking is in lifts in one parking bay area. And then on the upper portion are the 28 spaces that would be allocated to the commercial buildings that are to remain. We've also provided a loading space in this. So we've kept this height high enough to at least accommodate FedEx trucks, UPS trucks, that kind of delivery, because that is the prominent amount, that's the prominent delivery that's likely to happen, not only to the commercial buildings, but for the residents above. So you can see also that we're assuming that all the new paving is permeable and the landscaping obviously in front vis-a-vis that 10-foot setback. Scrolling upstairs, one of the important features of this building that maybe we didn't stress before is, like so many of those classic 20 and 30s Spanish colonial revival apartment houses, they had interior courtyards, which we have. And I think the plan here demonstrates, again, how we're trying to create a very rational, functional building so that this housing can be actually built. So let's go on to the next couple of plans. We're going up on, this is the 3rd floor or the 2nd floor above, and then the next floor up. We actually have a little loggia off that 3rd level of residential units. And then finally, the rooftop, where we have 9,500 square feet of roof deck, which we plan on developing into multiple uses for these residents. Obviously, from here, there's going to be glorious views. Let's go to the next sheet, which is the elevations. Or I'm sorry, this is the section. So let's blow up that top section, Timmy, if you would. Just shows the courtyard. I mentioned that we reduced the height. Peter is adamant about the need for these units, which are very small units, to have gracious ceilings. We are showing 9'4" ceilings. We know that we need 16.5 inches at least between floors to provide adequate sound insulation. And we've intentionally increased the height on the 4th floor in large part to add articulation to the building. So now we are at 51 foot 9 inches. Frankly, again, I can't emphasize enough, when you look at a building like this and we acknowledge that it's 4 stories, the difference between 58 feet, 53 feet, 48 feet, I'm not sure that it frankly matters. But what does matter is the quality of the living space in these units. If we're going to create housing, Peter feels very strongly if he's going to create this kind of housing, he needs it to be livable space. Next slide, which is the elevations. So we can zero in on the Gutierrez elevation first. I think a lot has been done to improve this, not the least of which is the elimination of the vehicular access ways. So now you have the beautiful arcade that is recessed back and set in, that is the lobby entrance. You have the bike lockers, which are accessed off the street and provide bikes for every individual unit. You can kind of get a sense of that loggia that we have up on the 4th level. In drawing this drawing and in going around the elevations, I will tell you that we need to remind ourselves that this is conceptual review. You guys got into a lot of detail in the project that you just saw, and And, you know, I'm not going to pretend that this is a finished design. It's going to require a lot of work. We're here for concept to discuss the basic size, bulk, and scale of this building, acknowledging that it is large, but also acknowledging what its use is and what it is advocating for. So this side, I think, is very improved. I think this also shows how if we increase the ceiling height in the upper units, it provides an opportunity to break that repetition and allow those upper units to have additional light and ventilation. Next elevation down, Tim. This is the Anacapa Street elevation. This, of course, is the that main entrance now for vehicles and trucks. And again, showing the opportunity for more like artist studio windows, particularly on this elevation and on the north elevation. And we have added articulation from our last review. You can also see here the Boaters World building, or what is Reed's Furniture. I didn't point this out on the last elevation, if we can go back to that, but this building will be modified so that we are able to make the entrance, which is currently off the parking lot, directly off of Gutierrez. Let's go down to the third elevation. This is the Haley Street. This was one that, there was a lot of concern about its simplicity. I think when we look at the fly around view, which we will shortly, I think we need to acknowledge that the high likelihood is that you'll never see this building eventually, because something will be built on the adjacent property. Nonetheless, we've tried to add additional articulation, as you see. And then finally, the elevation below, which is that Paseo elevation. You can see where we've added a couple of units and would have a little courtyard gate into some private open space for those units. And these units have a combination of either small little balconies or larger balconies, so it varies. But the vast majority of the open space is obviously up on the roof. You can see also there on the right, the access to the utility functions, the trash, the transformer, et cetera, that we're going to need to accommodate. Next slide. So here are the views that have been modified. Going through these quickly, you have the Gutierrez view. You have the view from State Street looking back, and there was a comment last time about Mountain View, and I don't think that I can dispute the fact that that from this particular vantage point you may see some mountain views that you don't see, but I would urge you all to walk along Gutierrez and realize that that one-story building alone, the 400 State Street, actually blocks the mountain views. So I'm not sure that a two-story building in this location would not block mountain views. The nice thing about this location is that actually, and you'll see in additional shots, this is a perfect place for a tall building to be, because it's not on State Street. It preserves the existing buildings and the character of State Street. Speaking of that, on the slide below the Gutierrez perspective is the shot at 410 State Street. You can just see the new project peeking off that little alleyway between 410 State Street and the next building up. Our intent here is to break up this space, so we would have a vestibule of sorts that would serve the spaces that currently are in front. We'd like to rework the storefront so that we can engage those spaces into activity that is appropriate for State Street, and then probably think in terms of office uses, high-tech use, whatever, in the back portion of this. The next slide over, middle right, is the view from one of the views from Haley. Obviously, there's a one-story building in this particular view in the foreground, and then the next slide, lower left, shows the view across Haley. Again, this is where I feel very strongly that the likelihood of a building going someday in this parking lot is very high, and that we can't think that this is going to be the predominant view in the future. And then finally, the view from Anacapa, where that main vehicular access way will be taken. Next slide. Actually, no, let's stay on, if we could, go back to that, Timmy. Could we go to the walk around movie that we provided? This is what we showed you all last week, and we have modified it with the reduced height. So I think it's, I don't know if we
Miss Kokinda, I don't believe we can, apologies, Brian, I don't believe we can hear you while the animation is playing. So we might just need to have it play and then we'll hear your comments afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Pilar. That's exactly what I was going to say.
And then let's go to the last slide, Timmy, on the plan set. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
we can.
Yes.
Okay. So you
just had
asked,
a nice, enjoyable, quiet fly around or drive around.
you asked for aerials, and I think this was actually a really great exercise and helped us to understand what the effects of this building would be. If we can zero in on the upper bird's eye view, Timmy. So here it is in the context. And, you know, when we started looking at this, what we realized is how developed today the Chapala corridor is with multi-level housing, and really how undeveloped the Anacapa corridor is with those same kind of massing. If we look at the next slide down, you can see our proposed building beyond there, with the foreground being the Chapala housing. And you begin to see the massing in the community. Suddenly this building doesn't seem like it's inappropriate. It is 4 stories, like there are many buildings, like the Lions building that I showed you, which is 5 stories, which is a few blocks up. You can see the Falding Hotel, you know, that is 1 block up from this. So what I'd like to conclude with, and I guess I won't be able to talk with it either, and there's a few short or pauses that are a little longer than I would like on this animation, but it truly is a fly around that demonstrates, and you'll have to, if Timmy, when you switch to this animation, the fly around, the Google Earth fly around, if you would pause on the right at the beginning, just so that everyone can get their eyes located on the building. And then I think as it goes around, you'll be able to follow the building as we look at it from a aerial vantage point. So go ahead. So can you all hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
So in the context of our downtown, I think that little fly around really demonstrates that this building would fit in very nicely and provide a housing anchor at this end of our downtown. This is very much the 2-block portion of our downtown where we need to provide housing. And this is a perfect place to do it. I can't tell you enough in my conversations with Peter that he is very experienced and very capable, and he's not going to build something that doesn't work. And this is a ideal arrangement for this parking lot, this site, preserving buildings and providing the housing that we need. So I hope you all will consider that in your comments. As was mentioned, we're going to the Planning Commission for concept review of this on the 16th, and hope that we can go there with some positive comments from your board. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so if that concludes your presentation, we'll open public comment. Any member from the public wishing to comment on this item, please raise your hand using the icon, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I currently do not see anyone who's raised their hand. Or actually, I have Robin Donaldson. So Robin, I am unmuting you, and your microphone looks like it's on. You have 2 minutes to speak when you're ready.
Okay, great. Thank you. Chair Bryan and commissioners, I think most of you are aware, I live across the street from this project, and I own 3 buildings at 412 Anacapa Street. And I am in full support of this project. Brian knows that. But I also appreciate the challenges for HLC. You're in kind of a right in the path of a lot of potential building and housing in downtown core of the community. And I just hope that you guys can balance your concerns with the aesthetics with the needs of the community from housing. A couple comments on the design that I want to get into. I'm in support of the parking access onto Anacapa. I think that makes sense. It opens up Gutierrez. On Gutierrez Street, I would really like to support Chair Grumbine's comments from the last meeting for some kind of amenity, either commercial or housing, maybe a couple of those units like you have in the courtyard along the street. That's a stretch of street that needs a lot of attention. To walk that street at night like my employees do and I do on a regular basis, and to have it be kind of dark and landscape and so on, it would be really great to have either commercial or some kind of even living units with small courtyards or something on the street, along the street. Otherwise, I was a little disappointed to see that the height of the building come down. I think it's important that the renters downtown have the amenities. I don't know why we discriminate against them by pushing for shorter ceilings. But otherwise, I'm the one who's affected the most of anybody who's living down here that I'm aware of. And just want to let you guys know, we need this housing and it's in the right place. And I think Brian did a good job of demonstrating that.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any other member of the public wishing to comment?
Mr. Chair, I don't see anyone else, and just would ask Pilar about written comment.
Thank you, Ms. Gokinda. Mr. Chair, we received 2 written correspondence, so I'd ask that you acknowledge them. One from Kellum DeForest and one from Paulina Kahn.
All right, so we'll acknowledge the receipt of those. And on back to the board for questions. And seeing as how it's late, we're almost at 6:30, if we can keep our questions concise and then as well comments, so we can move on with direction. I would also once we're going into comments, maybe if you have questions that will help to get you answers that you can make comments on them. Because we're also talking conceptual and looking at them going to Planning Commission, I would say that especially if you can focus on questions and comments that have to do with the overall massing, with the levels that we're currently seeing, and the podium discussion as well, and the changes that you've seen since last time. The discussion of, I know that some of it is getting into the weeds, but there was brought up last time was in terms of delivery and how those things are being worked out, but also the mechanical as well. The story polls, the question of story polls and whether there is potential for findings for not needing them. And I guess the question as well is for, as a clarification for Ms. Plummer, so these will be seeing story polls unless there's findings made otherwise. These will be seeing story polls when they go to Planning Commission. Is that correct?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to echo what you're saying. This is at a conceptual level phase, and it will be going to Planning Commission for Planning Commission conceptual comments, as well as for the community benefit height exception. And then it will be coming back to the HLC for continued review after that point. Regarding the story polls, this project requires story polls as it's designed right now. However, there is a resolution which allows you to make a project exempt from that requirement prior to Planning Commission. And I'll just run through those really quickly, so you can keep those in mind while you're reviewing this to see if this project will fit one of those exemption categories. One is that the proposed structure is clearly consistent in terms of size, bulk, and scale with other buildings in the surrounding neighborhood. B, the proposed structures are the same height or smaller than existing buildings in the neighborhood. C, the proposed structures will not involve blockage or substantial reduction of an important scenic view. D, the proposed structures will not be on or project above a topographic ridgeline. And E, the existing condition of the site does not allow for adequate story pole installation. And only one of those exemption categories needs to be met. So please consider that while you're running through your questions and comments to see if this would apply to this project. And then that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
And
Chair?
and pardon my interruption, Mr. Drury and Mr.
Yeah.
Chair. I have a, from City TV, there's a technical issue. Could I ask Mr. Chair and Brian, I'm going to turn off your webcams briefly, and then I'm going to ask that you turn them right back on. We're seeing two of you right now.
Don't see double.
I know. And that's not because we've been ingesting anything. Okay, so Mr. Chair, if you could turn your webcam back on, and then Brian, if you could also turn on your webcam, and hopefully that works. I think the animation made us see double. Thank you.
All right. Sounds good. Okay, thank you. All right, so with that, Commissioner Drury, did you have something you
I do, yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the first question I have is traffic flow from the egress and entrance onto Anacapa, and then it hits the stop sign at Gutierrez, and that's a very difficult stop sign.
Hold on, just 1 second.
Oh,
just 1 second. Let's get a site plan up while you're saying this, so that we can make sure we're all seeing the same thing. Okay. We get a. All right. So that's probably good because it'll show the current and the existing and the proposed. So why don't we go existing, what you're saying, Commissioner Drury?
Well, the ingress and egress has been moved from Gutierrez to Anacapa, as I understand it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes. So what can be done to make that corner, the Anacapa Gutierrez corner, safer? Because there's no stop sign between the Garden Street intersection to State Street. So people kind of rip along Gutierrez pretty quickly. And is there been any thought to either stoplights or stop signs or some sort of a traffic amelioration? Because you're adding a lot of vehicles to that intersection.
Well, I don't. Yeah, I don't. We've not discussed that with transportation. I imagine if transportation feels it's necessary, that a stop sign could be added there. You know, this whole area I think is interesting from a circulation standpoint because ultimately, particularly with a closed State Street, I'm not sure that Gutierrez shouldn't be two ways when it from State Street rather than being one way the way it is now, which would suggest that Anacapa perhaps should also be two-way in that particular section. So I'm sure transportation confusing in on that, but you know, that has not been discussed to date.
Okay, and another question is, could you tell me the absolute top height, including those towers of the building?
Can we go to an elevation for it, just to
the top
make
of the
numbers?
building, other than those architectural projections, is 51 foot 9 inches right now, and the top of the elevator tower is it looks like it's at about 60 feet.
How long? How big?
About 60 feet. That very top of the elevator.
Okay. All right.
Tower, the tower element. And so you're saying, just for clarity, Mr. Cannell, you're saying that that roof on the right-hand side there, that roof, that tile roof there is what?
That's correct. It's probably at about 60 feet. The one that is forward appears to be around 57 feet.
Okay. All right. Well, you really upset my boat when you talked about having two-way traffic. So I have no further questions at the moment. Thank you.
Okay. Great. Thank you. All right. Other questions? Other questions? Okay, I'd ask a question. Okay, and maybe this is in section. Just trying to understand that top floor of the elevation that we're looking at right now on the right. And maybe we can go to sections as well of it to fully understand it. How tall is that floor or that ceiling compared to the other floors, the two floors below it? And can we go to sections as well, just to make sure we're understanding it? If you can zoom in there.
Yeah, that section is about a foot or 14 inches. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So we basically have an extra foot and 2 inches in those upper units.
Got it. Okay. Makes sense. Okay. And then Commissioner Mahan, question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to direct this question to my colleague, Commissioner Drury. I don't think that stop signs and stoplights and traffic issues are the purview of this commission. And while those are important things, they're not something that we have any control over. So that's one comment. Maybe that's a comment rather than a question. But the question that I have, so looking at this section here, are we going to have a way to let that tree that's in there have some roots?
Well, we would have in the courtyard.
Probably a question for Commissioner Dana, but I've got an arrow here. Do we have some roots here? Do we have some place where we can put the roots into that tree, or how does that work?
For the trees in the courtyard?
Yeah, that tree right there.
The trees in the courtyard would be in raised planters that would be 4 feet deep.
Okay, well, that's better than nothing.
That's my question for now. I may have another question, but that's my question for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Mahan. Other questions from commissioners? Actually, on this section, it's showing 51'9". That's the height of the top of the roof, right?
Correct.
Okay. Maybe you'd already said that, but for some reason, yeah. Okay. Okay, Commissioner Uli, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to know if there was any brainstorming thought to lowering the level of parking below adjacent grade in an attempt to lower the overall height of the building and or give you additional height in the building for the living units.
Bottom line, it's not practical given the condition of the soil there and the water table and the cost of doing that. It's not possible.
Okay. Other questions from commissioners? Okay, so now I guess we'll go, if there's no other questions, we'll go into comment. And I would ask commissioners in particular to comment on especially key things that we've talked about so far in terms of, and comments we've made prior in terms of the overall massing, the podium level and its treatment, and especially to do with the changes that you've seen from the previous design till now, and the delivery and amenities and mechanical, as much as we see some of the changes that have, especially circulation, and those deliveries that were adjusted. And then as well with this Paseo adjustment as well, I believe, are some of the key differences in those areas. Of course, the story pole question as to whether you're seeing, whether you see findings possible for not doing story poles. And then also your take on some of the renderings and the elevation surrounding and the commentary on and development of those. So. All right, Commissioner Mahan, if you want to kick us off.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the last time we looked at this, I commented that I liked very much the composition of the Gutierrez Street design, and I think this is improved because we don't have those huge openings anymore for the trucks to come in from Gutierrez Street. So that's a very, very positive improvement on this elevation as far as I'm concerned. Also, the third and fourth story west corner where we got rid of the wood and then plaster columns, and it's all plaster columns. I think that's an improvement, and that's very good. The introduction of a paseo along the west elevation, I think is very nice. I like that very much. Sets it back from the one-story building and gives it a human scale. I think that's very important. And also, I can see that on the west elevation, it's been stepped out and then stepped out again, which I think breaks up that west elevation. That's very positive. I'm very positive about that. I think that I don't know if we can go around to the other, but before we go around to the other elevations, I'd like to make a comment on story poles, in my opinion. And that's that I don't believe that in these big buildings, story poles are effective. We did story pole, when I was on Planning Commission, we did story poles for the Chapala lofts, which Barry Burkus designed. And I don't think that they really accomplished anything. I can't remember if we did story poles on the Chapala one, but these big buildings, these poles that go up and then have little ribbons across, they really don't describe to the person that's looking at them the size, bulk, and scale of the building. I don't think they do because they just look through the story poles and all they see is air. I think that the visual, what do they call it, the movies that we see driving around the block and looking at the building in animation is much more effective, and I believe that a lot of people would understand that better than story poles. So I will not be supporting story poles for this particular project. I think the elevations around the west and the north and the east elevations are improved and broken up more. I understand the architect says that sometimes, you know, in the future, another building will be built and you won't see this, but I don't think that's a good argument. I just think it's important that you design this building to be seen for now, but I think that what you're proposing is much better, and so I support that. And also, I agree that the height of a building, whether it's 48 feet or 52 feet, really cannot be distinguished from the street by a citizen. And I'm not going to argue about the specific height of a few feet. I don't think that's important. I think this is a good-looking building, and I think that the size, bulk, and scale is appropriate to the neighborhood, and that there are a number of large buildings in this area that are similar. And so I think I could make a finding for compatibility. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner House, and then Commissioner Uli.
Hello, Mr. Chair. First of all, I have to apologize because my webcam is my cell phone and I'm at 5% battery power, so you may lose video, but you'll still have my voice. Anyway, I think that the architecture is much improved from what we saw before, and there's more consistency around all sides of the building. So that's not an issue for me, and also I agree relocating the garage entrances is a huge improvement. But my difficulty is being able to find neighborhood compatibility, and that's the sticking point to being able to approve for me. I just, you know, it is, yes, there are other buildings this big, but they're not right next to this, so it's a different context. Another project we recently reviewed at 710 State Street seemed at first glance to be similarly out of place, but while it also involved a merger of several parcels, they took advantage of that to spread the massing out and keep a better scale at the street frontages. So I don't see that this does that, yet you still have these different parcels that are merging together. And I think it's almost a necessity to do something similar with this building to take advantage of the Staples and Reed's buildings to relocate some of the mass there. I also don't see how I could possibly make a finding that's required to exempt this project from story poles. I have to wear the hat of a design reviewer, and I'm not the Planning Commission, and I may well be overruled by the Planning Commission, but I try and represent the entire community, not just people that feel we need more housing, which we do, or people that feel we need to preserve our historic resources and not have any large buildings next to them. I have to try and balance the needs of the whole community. And so I think story poles, while at the last meeting I said, well, I'm open to alternatives to that. Once I researched it, and I'm clear that their purpose is as much for the public as it is for commission members, I think it's important to have the story poles to communicate what's coming, because we could have animations, but for the most part, people aren't aware that they exist and they're not going to see them. but the story poles, people will drive by and they will ask questions about what's coming. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Uli?
Thank you. I generally agree with most of these comments. My personal opinion about story poles is that they're useless. They're expensive.
Tell me what you really feel.
Well, yeah, they're expensive to do, and there's no real context with what you're seeing when you're walking by them or trying to figure them out. I think it causes more questions. Maybe that's the whole point. Then it solves any design sense at all. I like the direction that the building was going. As you know from the last hearing, I was okay with the rather plain west, east, and north elevations, because that's kind of the character of this kind of building and buildings in downtowns. You know, it could be quite a while for a building to be built next door or behind it, or, you know, or it could happen tomorrow. Who knows? But I do like the direction it's going. It's very playful, very nice. I have no problem with the bulk and scale. I think it fits in nicely with the neighborhood. And I look forward to moving through the process.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Lundvik?
Thank you. I find this building as a concept to be perfectly acceptable. It is answering all kinds of questions that were raised at the last presentation, and it has addressed them very, very nicely. The idea of neighborhood compatibility is a difficult one if you choose to make it difficult. I think there are other buildings in the downtown core area. You go over Chapala, you know, Gutierrez, you go up Chapala, you know, even up State Street. I mean, there are other buildings which are large. Now, if you choose to say the neighborhood are the next two lots adjoining to you, we will never get over the hump of providing housing in our core. And I'm a firm believer that we do need housing. And I'm a firm believer that we need to look at neighborhood compatibility looking forward. And when I made my little spiel to the city council when I applied for the job, I indicated that there are places where big buildings belong, and they may not be there now. And there are places where big buildings don't belong, and we've got to make sure that we take care of those neighborhoods, which are truly residential, multifamily residential in scale. So I'm in favor of looking ahead to what should be or could be, as opposed to saying, no, we cannot find neighborhood compatibility and therefore the project dies. We'll never get off first base if we take that approach. I agree with Mr. Uli and Mr. Mahan that story poles are very close to being worthless. And my only concern is, can we find that one overriding provision that we have to find to eliminate story poles from the future review of this project. So I'm exceedingly happy with it. I know that we will pick it apart down the road, but from the standpoint of its composition, as a large building, I think it's very, very well done. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Avena, and then Commissioner Edmonds. Commissioner Avena?
Yes, thank you. I was muted for a moment there. Well, as compared to what I saw the last time, I think it's a tremendous improvement. There's nice offsets. There's a little bit more rhythm to it. The proportions are better. And the details, I think, are yet to come forth as far as that's concerned. I think I have a hard time with mass buildings, especially basically by themselves sitting in the middle of a block, But as Mr. Lenvik said, I think things are going to move along and some housing and different things are going to change, whether we like it or not, depending on zoning and so forth. However, I do believe that the landscaping is also going to help soften this, you know, which means that they're going to have to get some kind of a substantial budget to get something of proper elevation, so some heights in the, especially in the corridor and the side corridor on the west side. I think tall trees in there would help softening it up. In general, I like the direction that it's taken, and normally I'm abhorred with masses, but in this case, I think it's come a long ways. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Edmonds?
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation by Mr. Cornell, reminding us of what we are really looking at. And I agree that the building has come a long way. I like it so far. I also, for whatever reason, the drawing of the palm trees in there, it does a lot for me. It softens it in a way that it breaks up these big white spaces, and that was very helpful for me. So I'm supporting it as it goes along the process. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
Yes, I do. I agree with the comments expressed by everyone, contradictory as they may be. Although I will agree that I think story polls are generally, I think that they're useful if you have an idea of what bulk and scale does in terms of the corners of each pole, but most people don't. But I do believe that it does cause a certain amount of concern or interest in what's going on in this kind of I can't say backwater block, but it's not one of those places where people hang out except the Casablanca. So I would be mildly in favor of story poles. I do think that the drawing, as presented, the elevations look so much better than they did. I'm not a fan of the mass bulk and scale or the obscuring of the mountains, but I think that that's kind of a difficult view to see anyway from Gutierrez, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm in favor of the project, and I would go either way on story poles or not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other comments before I'm going to put my own in and then try to summarize where we are with it? Okay, I see someone maybe box up. Okay, is Plummer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before you go into your comments and then do a summary of the comments, depending on how the motion goes, if you're going to find an exemption for story poles or not, I would ask that you state why. And if you are making an exemption for it, if someone does include that in their motion, they need to say which specific finding they find qualifies. So it can't just be that you're not in favor of story poles. It has to be one of those findings that's listed. Yes, and then as a reminder, since it is going to Planning Commission, I would ask you to also go through the project compatibility criteria in a motion. And as a reminder, you don't need to read them verbatim, that the project meets the municipal code, all of those things. I think the Planning Commission would appreciate, any specific comments. For example, like is the project sensitive to adjacent historic resources? Yes or no? Does the size, bulk, and scale need to be adjusted still? Something like that. You can include that in the formal motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And actually, why don't we go to those criteria just to so I'll walk through our comments, the comments that we've made so far in relationship to those, and then then we can come back to the story pole question in particular. And I think that I just in terms of my general comments, I think I don't have anything really to add to most of what was said. So I think I'll just add it as we go through here. And I can see following in terms of the story pole discussion, I can see I agree with most of the commissioners that both their really the only key purpose that they really give is of making the public aware, and as part of the discussion, I see that as their strongest reason. But I also see reasons for not necessarily needing them at this. So I'm going to leave that final piece to be the maker of the motion, and how they might want that to be phrased, and whether they'll get whether that'll get across the line or not as a motion. But for this first part, let's say, so we'll say going through the project compatibility criteria. I'll start with actually some general comments. I think that from all commissioners seem to feel that this design was superior to the previous one, and that the design has come along well, and that there will be minor, or at least there will definitely be adjustments that we will be wanting to be made to the design. But in terms of the mass, bulk, and scale, in general, most commissioners were in favor of where it currently is, or around where it currently is in terms of the mass, bulk, and scale. And the general elevations have developed well from when we saw them last, especially the three other sides, the non-Gutierrez side. The Gutierrez side as well, it was said that, and I agree, that has come a long way with moving the access to off of Gutierrez, that the whole Gutierrez elevation has improved. One actually piece I would, before we get into the criteria, that I would add, and I think this might have been touched on a little bit by others, but there was a portion where there is residential on the Paseo, on the newly created Paseo. There's 2 little residential units. I would say that in terms of the study, and I think this is not a mass, bulk, and scale thing, but just in terms of addressing the street, and as one of the public commented was perhaps the Gutierrez Street could be activated a little bit more, and I would say the Paseo as well. I personally, and I know that this has come up before with other commissioners as well with previous projects, having ground floor residences is not the ideal, especially for the downtown. It makes sense more to be more of a public zone. So whether it's commercial or in some other public zone manner, so that it doesn't feel like it's a residence right off of or right on the main public areas, especially for downtown. That it seems more appropriate. So I realize that there might be parking or other considerations that are at issue, but having that ground floor being commercial or public zoned or public access as opposed to residential would be at least mine and others and other projects direction. So if you don't feel so, please speak up now, because I think that, but I think most of the commission has previously, fairly recently, we've had the same discussion, and most have been in favor of public on the ground floor, or just not residential on the ground floor. Okay, so with that, I'll go into so for the project compatibility criteria is seeming, so far it is seeming to coincide and comply with the city charters and municipal code requirements, and it's consistent with the design guidelines applicable to the EPV. The number 2, the compatibility with the character of the city and neighborhood. This was at least one commissioner felt that, and this is part of the discussion, there was at least somewhat of a split along the neighborhood compatibility question. I, as well as a number of other commissioners have commented, feel that it is at least compatible with this area of the neighborhood as it is desired to be developed, as being focused on larger density and housing. There are some examples that are found, at least in the general neighborhood, within a couple blocks, that are of the similar size, and so it would be compatible with those. It is not necessarily compatible with immediate one-story neighbors, but we also understand that this area, if it's going to be developed with density, is going to be necessary to be of the taller, more dense sort. And it's better here than in neighborhoods that will be long-term planned to be much smaller in scale. So the number 3, so the appropriate mass, bulk, height, and scale, and as well to the height increase. And I think that most of the commissioners are seeing that as currently designed, it seems acceptable. It is taller than the height limit by a few feet, and so are 6-7 feet. But it seems like the way in which the height, mass, bulk, and scale is being handled and broken up, going from 3 stories to 4 stories, and even with the taller elements, it seems to be done well. So it seems to be fairly supportable in terms of the mass, bulk, and scale. All right, if we can go to the next slide. Sensitivity to historic adjacent landmarks and resources. I believe so. There didn't seem to be any direct, close, immediate neighbors that this was not being sensitive to. So I think this has been met so far. Public views of the ocean and mountains. As so far that we've seen, it does seem to, even though it impacts to some degree on the public views of the mountains, it does not seem to do so in a drastic way compared to even the 1-story buildings that are next to it. And so the scene that, at least from other commissioners and myself, it seems to be not too dramatic of an impact so far. This might need to be a further discussion as well, but so far it seems to be in line the way in which it steps back. The use of open space and landscaping. With the paseo and the internal courtyard, the landscaping of the 4-foot planter and the other planting along the streets, it seems to be an appropriate amount, especially if there's the larger landscaping as the renderings are showing included. So with that, now the last piece is going to be the key piece of the story polls. I'm going to leave this up to those who want to make the motion to try to make the findings one way or the other, and then we can see from there and vote and see what's supportable, whether there's enough support to not not require story polls based on what an argument that someone might make. So with that, I'll open it up to the commission for someone to make a motion with those findings, and then if they want to make a motion to not require story polls, these would be they need to make one of these findings as part of that motion. Not all at once. Okay, Commissioner Uli?
I'll take a stab at it, seeing how the floor is clamored with people who are willing to do this. I make a motion that, what is my motion? Are we continuing this in continuance?
Yeah, and definitely into the Planning Commission with those comments. Yeah. Right, Ms. Plummer? Yeah. And then
yes,
if we want to
continue indefinitely to Planning Commission. Thank you.
So I'll make a motion that the project be continued indefinitely to the Planning Commission with the points that the chair just outlined. And Timmy, if you go back to that slide, I think the one that fits most appropriately is D. The proposed structures will not be on or project above a topographic ridgeline. I don't think there are any ridgelines in downtown that I know of. And so I think the story polls can be exempted based on criteria D.
I second that.
Okay, we got a motion by Uli, a second by Lenvik, was that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Under discussion, any discussion? All right. In that case, we'll do a roll call and vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I will begin the roll call vote. Commissioner Mahan?
God.
Commissioner Mahan, are you still there?
I think he's not able to, we're kind of having the same issue that we had earlier. We're not getting audio from him right now.
Yeah, his microphone shows as green, but he
do we
just
have his
needs
video?
to.
Commissioner Mahan, can you give us a thumbs up or thumbs down?
This video is not working either. I'm going to try to turn it off really quick and start again.
Okay, sounds good.
Put it back on.
Do we want to go to someone else in the meantime?
Yeah, I'll start with the next person. Commissioner Edmonds?
Yes.
Commissioner Uli?
Yes.
Commissioner Drury?
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik?
Yes.
Commissioner Vena?
Yes.
Vice Chair House?
Opposed.
And Commissioner Mahan, do we have you back yet?
Commissioner Mahan, this is Ellen. Could you try to turn your webcam on one more time? Gonna see if I see that you turned it on, but for whatever reason, it's not coming up on screen for me. Did anyone else see it?
I don't see it either.
I saw a black square appear and then disappear.
Okay.
Does he have audio? Mr. Mahan?
Mr. Mahan, try turning on your audio one more time, please. Looks like you just turned it off. Okay, try testing it. I'm not getting it right now.
Mr. Mahan, is there a way you can respond in the response box?
Yeah, maybe.
Or maybe someone could give him a call and he could.
Let me try to call him back. See if I can, hang on.
Speakerphone it. Okay. Should I vote in the meantime?
Sure, combine.
Okay. Aye.
And then Vice Chair House, did you want to indicate your reasons for opposing the motion?
Yes, it is largely because I don't see how we can possibly make findings for exempting story polls because items D and E would exempt any project from needing story poles. There's no dense trees on this lot that would prevent you from erecting story poles, and of course there isn't a ridge line anywhere near here. So it's funny the way this is worded, that just doesn't apply to downtown lots. So I don't see how you can use that to exempt story poles. So that's why I'm opposed.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Lenvik.
I realize we're in the middle of a vote, but I would suggest that item C could also be used to justify not having story poles. The proposed structure will not involve blockage or substantial reduction of an important public scenic area. And I would propose that the small amount of blockage of the mountains from Gutierrez Street is not sufficient. I don't know if the maker of the motion would want to include C as well as D. But
Commissioner Uli, do you want to include that as part of yours?
Well, do we have a definition of what substantial means? Because we can argue over that for an hour. some people might think that a one-story building going to two-story buildings could be a substantial reduction of an important public scenic view. I don't think you can really debate D, and unfortunately, we didn't write the rules. We just get to work with them.
That's true.
Yeah, so I don't think you can really argue D. There is no ridgeline or topographic ridgeline, but the other ones I think you could probably argue as Commissioner House has clearly made a point of.
I would have, if I had made the motion, I would have used D as well. But
C?
Pardon me?
You mean C?
No, D, the one you used.
Yeah.
If I had made the motion, I would have used that as well. But you're able to take abuse better than I am.
All right.
By the way, it wouldn't change the outcome. I'd still be opposed.
So, Mr. Chair, I've got Mr. Mahan on the phone right now, and he has is a yes vote. So I don't know if you can hear that, but he just
we heard it.
Yes. But I just want to make sure that that if there's an amendment that I've missed, or I haven't been following the conversation.
We
Okay.
didn't change the motion.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So in that case, we've all voted, and Commissioner House has also stated why he voted against it, and everything stands, and the motion carries with one opposed, Commissioner House. Okay. Any other? Okay, so I guess this is not an appealable action, so it's just with comments. So, all right. So I guess we are officially done now. Thank you to the applicant for the submittal, and thank you all for staying on, even though it's 7:15 at night. So, all right. So with that, we are done. We are. Have a good evening, y'all.